I'm out of storage. Hello, hello. I am Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Greenie, and this is...
Poppy.
Do you not know?
I do know.
You do know? Okay.
Yeah.
How hot was it today, Poppy?
I saw Satan hitchhiking.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what I wrote on my thumbnail, or my description, was for everybody to check in if you didn't melt from this heat wave. So everybody who checks in is going to be marked alive and well and ready to do it again for the next 3 months, I suppose.
Like I said, if you don't check in, you melted.
I know, right? Right. Oh, Poppy, would you get me a paper towel?
Yes.
I have a feeling my lens is a little foggy. Thank you. Excuse us for just a second, guys. So much better. It's amazing what happens when you clean things.
I thought that was the humidity.
No, it wasn't the humidity. Oh, goodness. So how is everybody tonight? Poppy's tired. He had a migraine when he got home from work today. Hey, Terry, how are you doing? Not much longer. Not much longer. Your surgery's coming soon, isn't it? Yeah, Poppy had a migraine when he got off work today, so he kind of is rode hard and put up wet. So, what?
Nothing. Just laughing at you.
Okay. Oh, good. I'm so glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear that you're doing well. Maybe you'll get, what do you call it? Periods of relief in between the agony. So, have y'all been hot where you are, or is it just the southern states that are going through this crazy heat wave? Because I'm going to tell you what. How hot was it in your car today?
When I jumped in the car, my dash said 101.
101. Yesterday it said 110. Yeah, once in a while. Good. Good. Yeah, it's my zinnias look like, you know how you take flowers and you press them in a book and they're flat, but they still have color left, right? Well, mine look like they're out there in the ground and they're brown. They look like somebody took all the color out of everything and they're crispy. So I'm going to have to go out there this weekend sometime and take them out. And maybe, I think I'm going to plant more just so I'll have pretty flowers by fall.
And I've watered them 100 times.
I know, I've watered them almost every day and they still just got crispy and ugly, and it's a shame because those zinnias make me happy.
Well, now they're compost.
Yes, they are. You've been hot there too? Yeah, it's been a mess, a real mess. There's I don't know. How do you solve that world problem? You know?
What? Hot?
Yeah, you don't.
Wait for Mother Nature to push the high pressure system out of the way?
Well, look, if they can manipulate the weather and bring hurricanes and
everything else,
why can't they manipulate a high pressure system to move itself out of the way?
Because apparently all they can do is seed clouds and make it rain, or hope it rains, not actually change the weather.
Terry, my roses look terrible too. They really do. Well, they've got a lot of black spot on them right now.
Mm-hmm.
And also, any flower that had bloomed before last weekend looks just like my zinnias. They're just dry and crispy. And I need to go out there and deadhead them, but it's too damn hot. It's just too hot. I've been trying to wake up early, but have been failing miserably because I don't know why, but I've decided I'm going to sleep in late now.
Well, better than what you were doing last month.
Well, last month, at least I was up at 4 a.m. so I could get out there and tend to things.
Because you didn't sleep the entire night.
That's true. But I was able to tend to everything.
Well, I can start waking you up when I go to work.
Well, you might need to do that. Seriously.
I might even be nice and bring you a cup of coffee.
Your petals are falling off. That's going on here. Now, I do have 2 little tiny blooms, little buds, and they're orange. but I don't think they're going to make it unless we could. Now we're supposed to cool down a little bit next week. I think I read that it's going to be in the high 80s instead of the high 90s, which would be a nice change, even though that's still kind of hot. But it would be more in line with our normal temperatures here. What we've been having this past week and last week, the past 2 weeks, is unseasonably hot. We don't usually get those temperatures till mid-August, maybe the beginning of August. What's it saying?
See,
89.
Tomorrow's 87.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, tomorrow's 95.
Yeah, Sunday is 87.
And then 90, 89, 86, 86. Ooh.
See, till
I'm
next
liking
Sunday. Now, next Sunday, it's going back up in the 90s again.
But it's low 90s.
You're all right with low 90s? No.
No, but it's better than 101 like it was this week without the humidity.
Well, right now, it's almost midnight. You know, we got, 45 minutes till it's midnight, and it's 78 degrees. Is that 9% humidity?
No, that's rain chance.
I was going to say, that ain't right.
No. Last time I looked at the humidity was 82%.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's not normal for here till August either. Okay. Well, gosh, it seems like the whole country's doing this. Excuse me.
That's a bummer.
Oh, it says, what's a bummer?
Sunday.
Oh, that is a bummer. Y'all, Poppy gets to go on a deep sea fishing trip on Sunday. As long as it doesn't storm, and it looks like it might. I don't know.
Oh, well.
But they're going out in the Gulf, and they're going to, apparently the reds are running, and something else, sharks.
Blacktip shark, red, and grouper.
Oh, and grouper. Y'all, have y'all ever eaten a grouper?
I've eaten all three of them.
They're delicious. It's one of my favorite fish to eat. What?
You weren't supposed to tell him it was deep sea fishing.
Shit. Well, maybe it's not. I don't know. It's a fishing trip. I know that.
Anyways, happy Father's Day. It was my idea.
Thank you.
Do you really, Terry? Most people do. Well, most men. I don't know. Fishing. I love to fish, but I like to fish where it's quiet on the creek and ain't nobody around, and you stick your toes in the mud. Beach fishing is okay. You get better fish out of the ocean, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I really believe that it tastes better. Y'all, I didn't spill nothing. This is my wet hair. See? I just got out of the shower a little bit ago, and it'll take my hair till next week to dry.
Mm-hmm.
Because I got so much of it. You went when you lived it. Did you catch anything? I'm curious if you caught anything, because you know when you take those chartered boats, they kind of know where the fishing holes are. Hey, Alex, how are you? You love ice fishing.
Never tried that.
You haven't?
No. I would.
I would too, as long as I could get one of those little shanty things like in that movie, Grumpy Old Men.
Yeah.
And have a fireplace in it. I would do that. You caught a sailfish? Get out of Dodge, Terry.
Nope, never caught one of them.
That is so awesome. Boy, I bet that was hard to reel in. Good grief. I love watching people reel those in on YouTube. It is the coolest thing in the world to me.
It's like using a winch.
I know. What kind of rod and reel did you catch him on? Just curious. Seems like you'd have to have something real sturdy.
Something probably like a Penn Senator.
Don't know. Alex, how have you been? It's good to see you. 2 hours I fought it, and they said that was a fast one. Oh, wow. Hey, Matt, you love catching blue crab on the shore at night. Oh, there ain't nothing better than some blue crab. Nothing better. I went to this place in Maryland one time, called the Solomon's Crab House. And what they would do, they were right on the water, and the boats would come in and they'd buy their crab, and you could buy them by the dozen on a cafeteria tray, and they put a great big piece of craft paper over the table, set that tray down in front of you, and give you a knife and a wooden mallet. And that's how you ate your crab. But man, oh man, those things were good. I don't know. All I know is I was strapped to it.
Yeah. A lot of times when you're fighting.
My God,
like
you'd
that,
have to be. Oh God, don't let Murphy get. Look, y'all, my son's going with him this Sunday. And I'm petrified that my boy's going to fall over out of the boat and be shark bait.
Ooh ha ha.
Ooh ha ha. What movie was that? Nemo.
Yep.
Finding Nemo. Shark bait. Ooh ha ha. Oh goodness. But yeah, oh gosh, I love, here they go flounder gigging, and at night you can see people walking around out in the shallow water, because our water's real shallow here anyway. You can pretty much walk a mile out and still not be over your head. Okay, that might be a little bit of an exaggeration, but it's super shallow. And people wear these lights on their heads, and they have gigs. What are they called? It's just a flounder gig.
Well, it's just the pole and nail in it, pretty much.
Oh, that's it. And when they find one, they just stab it. That might not be appropriate for YouTube, but that's what they do.
They poke it in the head.
And they pull it up and bring it home and eat it.
But the funny thing is there's a limit on how long they can be.
Well, yeah.
How in the world can you tell how long those suckers are under the water, hiding in the mud?
Hiding in the sand.
You like stab, bring it up. Oh, crap.
I bet you I'd throw that one somewhere other than in my cooler.
Back in the water.
Yeah.
Hope you don't die.
Please swim away, little fishy.
Right?
Don't get me arrested. I can't believe you were strapped in. How many chairs do they have on those boats, just in case there's two people reeling something in at the same time?
No, there's never really two at one time that big.
No?
No. You have, okay, you never saw Dad's boat, did you?
Yeah, it does, Mac. The Pass has a ton of it.
If you've got, like, say, a big Bertram or any kind of big fishing boat like that, you've got one big fighting chair on the aft deck.
Yeah.
Facing the stern.
Yeah.
And you sit in the chair and get strapped to the chair, then your fishing rod is strapped to you. And some of those reels are like that big around. They're like,
yeah, I know. They're
10
huge.
odds.
Yeah.
I've got some 8s, but these are like 10s and 12s. These are monsters. And you're sitting there, you're cranking your brains out trying to get this fish in. And a lot of times the captain is driving the boat backwards, chasing the fish. That is a fight, and it goes left, right, under the boat, behind the boat. It goes everywhere.
Terry said they had 2 chairs on the back of their boat.
Wow.
So, Mac, do you ever go flounder gigging in the Pass? I'm just curious. I've never been, but I want to one day. I'm a little leery about the water, especially in the summertime. I mean, I don't have any open cuts on my feet, but who knows? Who knows? Why are we slanted? We look like we're doing this.
Well, I'm not driving anywhere, so it's not me.
It's probably that stupid gap back there. Here, scooch over a little bit. There, that's better. That's better. It was an optical illusion, just like that crack right there between the bookshelf and the wall. That's a crack or an optical illusion.
It is, but there's really a hole there.
I know, but it looks crooked.
Oh.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, maybe you're crooked.
It's the angle of the thing. More around Bay St. Louis near the Silver Slipper. Okay.
I've been back there fishing.
You've been there fishing with Murphy?
Yeah.
My son, who's 13, loves to fish, so they usually go, when the weather's nice, they go once a week, at least.
If it's not stupid hot.
Yeah.
Because fish don't like it when it's stupid hot either.
I don't know.
They run deep.
I know that, I know I like to go over to the marina there at Bay St. Louis, but Poppy says it's closed or something's wrong with it or something.
No, it's not closed. I said the lights we're about halfway down the pier are off.
Oh,
So night fishing there is not as good as it normally is because there's no lights bringing in the bait fish, brings in the bigger fish. and the
right,
bigger
right,
fish.
right. Okay. Well, so I'm assuming neither of you melted this week. So what other world problems are we going to solve? Y'all got any ideas? I know one thing. I am sick to death of every gardening channel that I watch lately. Because, I have gardening on my channel. So I watch other garden channels. I enjoy gardening. But every single garden channel that you run across, almost, there's a couple of exceptions that I've seen lately, are talking about grow all your food now. Well, my God. Look, y'all. In order to grow enough food to feed a family of 4, which is what we have, we would need about 2 acres. I got a little old backyard. It's not going to happen.
Mm-mm.
Hey, Marcel, how are you doing this evening, dear? You need to take pictures of your fishing trip and maybe some video.
Possibly.
Okay, because then I can make a video out of it so everybody can see. But anyhow, I'm getting irritated about watching it. I'm getting irritated with all these people fear. The sky is falling. The sky is falling. The sky ain't falling. Okay?
People are capitalizing on the current.
And I know they are.
affairs.
They're capitalizing on it, and that's great. Make your coin. Make your coin. But I don't think it's necessary. You just got home from. Oh my God, Marcel, how was it? Holy crap! I want to see that thing so bad I can't stand it.
Really?
But I think I'm gonna wait till it comes on, till I can stream it. I love Elvis. What are you talking about, really?
Wow.
I'm really excited to see that. In fact, that's what I'm going to do for my dad and my stepmother's birthday. Their birthday is July, first week of July. See it in the theater? Okay. Oh, wow. Terry's soon-to-be brother-in-law got invited there to cook barbecue for a local store. That is so cool.
That's cool.
No naked ladies, very little cursing. Well,
Bad movie.
Elvis, when he was younger, didn't like a lot of cursing. And he didn't, well, I read Priscilla Presley's book when it first came out. And I even forget the name of it, but it was about her life with Elvis. And I didn't care for it a whole bunch. What?
She heard what I said.
Poppy. But apparently he was kind of different when it came to girls and lady friends and things like that.
So you had more than one?
No.
No?
Well, maybe, but never mind. I'm not going to go any further than that. If you want to know about it, just read it, because it's a little more than I want to talk about, and I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Sometimes we make these mistakes, Can't take them back, though. Can't never take words back. Now, that's a world problem to solve.
No doubt. And then also people getting butthurt because of words. Oh, you offended me. No. Shut up.
Well, I agree. I'm pretty tough, though. So are you. But our kid, the girl,
Yeah.
oh, Lord, she gets her feelings hurt over everything.
Well, so do all three of them do.
That explains a lot. The narrative was very controlled by Priscilla and Lisa Marie, so I believe it was an accurate. It probably was. And they're still very much in charge of his estate or anything that has to do with his estate. So that doesn't surprise me a bit that they were controlling the narrative of the movie.
Oh, speaking of which, how I told you a couple weeks ago that they weren't allowed to do any more of the Elvis weddings out in Las Vegas?
Mm-hmm.
Like a week later, The Elvis, I guess the people that take care of it, her son, her daughter, and his wife,
Anyhow, the people in charge.
said, "Yeah, we didn't say that. Have all you want."
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. Well, you know, there was a time when Vegas wouldn't have been Vegas without Elvis in it.
Well, Viva Las Vegas.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that's where he did a lot of, almost all of his shows, unless he was touring. Lisa owns everything, and Priscilla is on the board of directors for all things Elvis. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, she was the one that came out and said, "Hey, we didn't say that."
Who, Lisa Marie?
Yeah.
Well,
Proceed.
would you get me some tea, please? With ice.
No ice for you.
No ice for me. So, Marcel, how hot was it what was the high temperature this week for you? What was ours, Wesley? About 101, 102?
Now, 101 was the high temp without humidity, or the feel like.
Yeah.
The feel like was insane.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Should be illegal.
I just don't, if it's starting off this bad, how much worse is it going to get? I don't think I'm going to live through it, to be honest with you.
I don't think you need to jinx me or anybody else that works outside.
I didn't. I didn't say nothing about
You
you.
said can't get no worse.
Oh,
It's like working on a car and say, "This will be easy."
yeah, stupid hot. That's a great description. Insanely. It's hot in here now. Poppy, before you sit back down, would you go turn on the AC? Look, this is crazy. In this house, y'all, this is an old house. And it was probably built, what, you think in the 50s?
Probably late 60s.
Mid 50s to the 60s, somewhere in that time frame. Well, all the vents in the ceiling for the
AC.
air conditioning ducts are round. And they have these, and it comes out this way, all the way around that circle. Well, for whatever reason, they decided it was a good idea to put a vent in the bathroom. So if you get in the shower and the air conditioner's on, freezing cold air blows into the shower where you're standing. So if you take a shower in this house, you have to make sure you turn off the air conditioner so you don't freeze. And that's what I had to do. I forgot. So I whistled for my daughter, and she opened up the door, and I said, "Hey, turn off that air conditioner."
What, you trying to do, freeze off your tuchus?
I was freezing in there, and steaming hot water on me, and freezing cold water blowing on me. It was a mess.
You should try jumping into freezing cold water and then come out to freezing cold air.
No, not if I don't have to. Not if I don't have to. So look, I want to show y'all something I got. Do you hear that horn honking?
That was a bit much.
Or was it just me? That's my oldest daughter honking for Violet.
Well, talking about people that get butthurt, she gets butthurt easy too.
Who? Rachel?
Yeah, daughter number 2.
Oh yeah, daughter number 2 gets butthurt real easy. Okay, see this jar? Can you tell that it's blue?
Yeah.
Well, I like to collect these because I love that color. And I've got quite a few of them. And some of them I drink out of. Some of them, I'm going to knock her out. Bye, honey.
Have fun.
Keep in touch. She better make sure you tell her to text us. But anyhow, I've got quite a few of these. I think I got 8 of these.
Make sure you call us and text us and stay in touch.
Hang on. Love you. Mwah.
Okay, bye.
Behave yourself. If you need anything, just call us. All right. So anyhow, I've got pint jars of these, and I've got these quart jars. Well, I was shopping on Amazon the other day.
Mwah.
Look what I found. I found pink ones. And they're beautiful. And it's not going to show on this, but it's got a textured surface. Kind of like it's pitted a little bit. But it's a beautiful textured surface, and I just love this thing. Now look, When I found them on Amazon, they were like $40 for 4 of these jars, which is freaking ridiculous. So I decided to go to, what do you call it?
Tractor Supply Store.
Well, I looked at a couple of different places, and then I went to Tractor Supply because I know that they usually have jars at very reasonable price. They never jack the price up. They just sell them for $12.99 for these were $12.99 for a 4-pack. And Poppy got me, hand me that case that's not opened. Or that, I guess it, package. Then they come like this for $12.99. And so did the blue ones. And now I've got, would you get me the little pint jars? Did you take them back?
No, you hid them.
Oh, I hid them? Sure I did. See, I didn't particularly want pint jars. And when Puppy went to Tractor Supply last weekend to pick them up, he bought me pint jars home because they didn't have the quart jars. And I got irritated, and I told him, if they don't have what I want, don't buy it.
Then after a couple days, she's like, hides them so I don't take them back.
Well, then I decided, well, it'd be nice to have some matching ones, right? So now I've got 12 jars. And look, I don't can with these. I don't, like do on the stovetop canning with these. I just put dried goods in them. Pasta, rice, whatever. Beans, yeah. I do beans, like pinto beans and stuff like that. And it keeps, when you store anything in plastic for a really long time, the plastic degrades and gets brittle. So, there's nothing wrong with storing things in plastic, but I prefer putting them in glass so I know it's not going to pop open and make a mess all over the pantry floor, basically.
Don't you like it when the glue dries and you pick up something and everything falls out the bottom?
No, can't stand it. You keep rice and pasta and beans in yours too? Yeah. And plus it makes a little pretty decoration if you can, makes the pantry look nice. So that's what I'm doing. I put rice in these two just because I was afraid the color wouldn't show when I showed it on the video. So I put white rice in it so that you could actually see the colors. And on camera, this is picking up real brown, but it's not. It is a beautiful rosy pink color.
A lot of rice, Granny.
It is a lot of rice. It'll feed us for maybe, if all we had was rice, that would probably feed us for 8 days.
Yeah, how many cups of rice were there?
Well, I don't know how many cups. There's a quart of it. How many cups are in a quart, y'all? Yeah, I love how pretty they are too, Marcel. I really enjoy these jars. They have some green ones too, and I'd really like to find them, but they're sold out every time I've ever seen them. But I do like getting the colored ones. Of course, I've got regular ones too. I've got the ones that are clear, but they're not near as pretty.
But you got to be careful not buy the knockoff ones, because the knockoff ones, the blue crap peels off.
I know.
Gets everywhere.
Yeah.
You cannot put them in the dishwasher.
We've done that before, haven't we?
Yeah, all the blue crap came off.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Because it's not actually blue glass.
It's a blue coated.
Yeah, it's like
almost like a plastic.
Yeah, it's a paint or some crap that they stick on there.
Uh-huh.
And you're like, haha, I fooled you.
So come on, y'all. What y'all got to talk about today? Because I don't have a whole lot. My garden's pulled out.
Did you plant the stuff you said you're going to plant yet?
No, it's been 150 degrees out there. You get out there and plant it.
Trust me, I've been out there working on cars all damn day. I know how hot it is.
No, I have not. Okay, 4 cups. There's 4 cups in a quart. Thank you, Alex. I should have known that, but I didn't. 4 cups in a quart.
I think my migraine might have started at work.
I'm sure it did.
Laying under a car, pushing my guts out, trying to get something done.
What were you doing?
We had to move lights out of a grill area and put them on the side rocker panel supports.
Yeah.
And when you're sitting on the ground with your knees on the rocker panels, pushing the drill as hard as you can to blow through steel, it sucks a little bit.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Why are you having to move them like that?
Well, because they have a certain amount of money to spend on this one vehicle, so we had to use what we had and spend only a tiny bit of money on the vehicle.
Gotcha.
So,
Which poor agency is that?
no, I probably shouldn't say. I'm not going to say what agencies have what kind of coin. It's not cool.
Was it a big one or a small one?
Medium size. Growing. So hopefully they'll...
Terry said his Yukon is losing water, but I can't find a leak. It's not dripping anywhere.
It could be eating it. You could have a, well...
You mean drinking it?
Well, yeah, drinking it. It could be a real small leak somewhere that you're not noticing. It's just like a pinhole, or it could also be maybe a head gasket, because if it's got a tiny, no, not a blown head gasket, a small pinhole leak in a head gasket, and is just slowly eating it.
Well, how would you find that out? Because you can't do the soapy water trick with that.
No. A lot of time it's just time.
Well, that, or try everything else, and if it's not everything else, then...
Yeah. I mean, there probably could be some other things, depending on what your model do you say it was?
It's a Yukon.
What year?
What year is your Yukon, Terry?
Some of the newer ones are more of a pain in the butt to find anything on them.
Head gasket is what he was thinking too. Compression tests will tell you. Yeah. That's true too.
Yeah, because if
Because if it's losing air.
Well, also a lot of times, I mean, if you can do a compression test, sometimes if the right fitting, you take out your spark plug, screw in your air compressor, and only give it a couple of pounds. That way you're not trying to push the engine around, and you can blow bubbles. Like a pressure tester.
It's an 04.
04. Yeah, it's still part of the newer ones. It's got all the plastics and covers and all the crap. If you have a pressure tester for your cooling system, press that thing all the way up to max pressure that your system will take, and then undo your spark plugs. And if you're shoving water into your cylinders, you know where it's at. That's one way to do it.
I don't think I would do that.
Well, he's doing it right now anyway. I mean, if he's already pushing water into one of the cylinders, then he's just going to do it, and he can watch it happen. Versus driving down the street and not knowing where it's going.
Well, what's the fix for that?
Ripping the head gasket off, which means probably popping the top of the motor, depending on what kind of engine he's got.
Yeah.
The whole top of the engine's coming off.
Yeah.
All the intake crap. Some motors, depending on how it's set, your intake's coming off. Your exhaust manifolds are coming off.
You know, I liked it when cars were much easier to work on. When you could take a valve cover off, dig out the old head gasket, slap in a new one.
No, that's a valve cover gasket, baby.
Oh, you're right. Never mind. I'm messed up. The head is where the top of the engine is. Okay. Thank you.
On a V engine, you have your intake manifold that's bolted to both your heads, so that your intake manifold is going to come off. Your heads are going to come off.
Yeah.
And on most of the newer engines, you're running dual cams. They call it a single cam. You got a cam on this side, a cam on this side, and your big dumb chain and everything else. Not like an old 350 where you have a chain that's that long.
He thinks his is the 5.3 liter.
One thing you can do, which I do this a lot, I'm a motorhead, and nobody knows everything, and some engines have their own crazy little quirks. Go to a forum or a blog on your make and model year vehicle, and every issue that's known will be on that site. Sometimes you have to join the site, but it's definitely well worth the time and money it can save you on the weird crap cars do.
Yeah. You found a lot of stuff wrong.
Oh, yeah.
That way.
And sometimes, like the truck I have now, it's a 03 Ford F-150. It's got the 4.6 liter in it. We got it from our daughter after I rebuilt the top of the motor, because our son-in-law roasted it.
He did roast it.
Roasted it.
My son-in-law didn't know it was running hot and just kept driving it home while it was running hot.
blew. Both had gaskets, made chocolate milk.
Yeah.
But
So Poppy fixed it.
yeah, after all that was done, she's like, I don't want the stupid truck anymore. It won't start, blah, blah, blah. She went online and found out that a cluster of the relays and fuses and some other crap, the one on the
I don't know which one it
it's
was.
a driver's
But
side
basically, the
down low.
problem she was having was a relay problem. And she sold it to us for super cheap. And Poppy had it running within 24 hours.
But the big relay problem was, if you don't find that issue and the fuses don't blow, it burns the thing to the ground.
Mm,
So she found it, I fixed it, and
I didn't know that.
yeah, I read the rest of it.
Cheers to a cooler week next week, y'all.
I'm drinking coffee to get ready for it.
Hopefully,
Hopefully, if it's hot, the hot coffee will make me not feel so bad. Dad did it.
Did
It'd
he?
be 100 degrees outside, and that man would be sitting there with a hot cup of coffee.
That don't seem like it makes a lot of sense to me. But
Yeah.
here, let's go this way a little bit. You need even space.
I do.
Yeah. Airtime, I mean.
Ah,
It's I like to work on vehicles sometimes. I used to do it a lot. But it's funny, sometimes he used to call me from his shop and say, "Hey, this and this and this is happening. What do you think it is?"
yeah.
And I'd think about it for a few minutes and say, "Well, have you checked this? Have you checked that? Have you checked that?"
Well, tell them where we went on a date after I bought you that Dodge Dart.
Yeah, one of our first dates was to a motor shop.
Yeah, we went to a speed shop. She's like, "Oh, it's got a 3.810 in it. Let's get these headers for it. Let's get an Edelbrock intake for it. I want a 4-barrel carburetor. Let's get a Mallory intake ignition system. Let's get," and I'm like, I fell in love in the speed shop.
He did.
Had to marry her.
That's funny. No, you didn't fall in love, and you might have fell in love, but you didn't know you had to marry me till I tuned it, the carburetor
In the timing,
and the
by ear. And then one of the guys I knew there in town, his daddy owned a speed shop. I took it over there and I'm like, "Hey, can you put your gun on this and put the flow meter on it and see how close we are?" And he looked at me and goes, "I wouldn't change a thing. It's perfect." He's like, "Who did that?" I said, "My girlfriend." He's like, "Marry her."
Well, you know what a car is supposed to sound like, and that's it. I don't know. I just did it by what it's supposed to sound like. Because you know when it don't sound right.
I know. You can just sit there and hear it and she's not
Yeah.
happy. She's not happy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to make her happy.
And that's all I did. I mean, I wasn't even trying to do it perfect. I just wanted it to run.
You can tell whenever she was late, there were black marks wherever she went.
There were not.
After 18, it was a monster. When
It
we
was
were done
a
with it.
beast. But that it had to pull a big old car, y'all. It was a, what was it, 74?
Yeah, it was long. It was like
73 or 74
large.
Dodge Dart. It was huge.
4-door.
But God, I loved that car. God, I loved it. I kind of mad that we sold it.
Yeah.
I should have kept it.
Yeah, we should have.
Put a gallon of coolant in the Yukon every week.
Oof. Crank that thing up tomorrow or the next day, whenever you get a chance, and let it get good and warm, like up to operating temperature, and stick your hand right by the exhaust. Don't grab it or nothing. You're not going to want to get burnt. But
Crazy?
no, I've done that to cars. I've
Put
stuck
a
my hand
rubber
like-
glove on first.
No, don't put a rubber glove on. Unless you're cooking and then you want your food to smell like gasoline. But yeah, stick your hand right by it. And if you get a massive amount, I mean, most engines now, they have that 10% alcohol. You're going to get a little bit of condensation out. But if you get a ton out, then you're probably drinking it. You probably got a blown head gasket.
Why can't he just look at the tailgate and see if it, or the tailpipe and see if it's dripping?
Because sometimes it's atomized and it's coming out as a steam.
As steam, okay.
So you don't stick your hand right on it and get any kind of flash burn. So
Yeah.
if you stick your hand right out beside it, you'll get the condensation all over your hands.
All right.
And the condensation should smell like antifreeze
Okay.
and gas.
Yeah, especially if you put a gallon a week in it.
Yeah.
It should smell just like antifreeze.
And also another trick you can do is go, if you can get a big piece of cardboard, lay it under your motor and let it run, get it up good and hot. And if it's dripping through any of the hoses or
You'll see the drip on the cardboard.
and also pull up the carpet on your passenger side and see if your heater core is leaking. I've had them do that. I've had a heater core somehow breach itself and dump gallons of water into the floorboard.
Is that what happened to Violet's car?
No. Violet's car was just dirty, dry gaskets.
Well, that and she put
Well,
damp rid in it.
Well, no, she didn't put damper in it. I told her to.
Y'all listen to this story. So the car sat for almost a year and a half because we always drive the truck and we didn't need that little car anymore. But we decided to save it for her instead of selling it because we figured by the time she was able to drive, we weren't going to be able to buy her a car anyway. So we just saved the one that we bought when she was a baby and she could drive that.
Yeah.
So it sat there for a while, and one day I went out there and opened it just to see, make sure it was still decent on the inside. It smelled so bad. It smelled like mildew from top to bottom. It was bad, y'all. Well, Poppy told her to go get some damp rid because we had some in the closet and stick it in the car. And what did she do, Poppy?
She took a pot of water, like a whole, like maybe a gallon of water, and sat it on the back seat, and it let it evaporate throughout the entire car, an entire gallon of water.
I don't know what she was thinking.
She didn't damp rid it; she damp added it.
Then apparently it spilled and ended up all in the passenger side floorboard. We had to wet dry back the crap out of that thing just to get all the water up, and it's been a mess trying to get that stench out of there. But it drives good.
Well, it drives real good, and Odoban helped get some of the stink out, and it's you can get in it now. It's not horrible.
It's not so bad you can't.
The first couple days I drove it, it was like, oh, what the F, man, this is nasty.
Yeah.
But airing it out, I'll leave the windows down on a hot day at work to help.
The only problem with it now is that we need to get the air conditioning fixed in it.
Oh, yeah. Especially since my dash said 110 the other day.
Because it has a, okay, Marcel, we'll see you in a little bit, dear. It has a bad compressor, so we need to get that taken care of. But I don't have an envelope for that.
Mm-mm.
Not yet. I've been saving money for all of the senior year activities that Violet's going to have next year. And I'm telling you what, it's not cheap, y'all. It's insanely expensive to have a senior in high school now. In fact, I just got notification.
Pictures. So there, we get it.
Yeah, grab it. I just got notification today in the mail that they're doing the senior picture thing on July 11th.
Good thing we're already saving.
Look, y'all, it's so sad. She's got to get her picture made.
It's sad she has to get her picture made,
It's
or it's
just
sad we have
sad.
to throw all that money at it?
No, because this is only going to be a $35 sit-in fee unless we want her to have other pictures done, but we're not going to do that
Because we're doing that.
because we're doing it with the other lady in the spring. Yeah. So this one will be $35, which is fine with me.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But the other pictures are going to cost about $250. And then we got her Disney trip. That's another $1,000. Cap and gown and invitations, and dear God, it's just never ending. We got to get her a banner. At this school, if you're in the band or in football
Or cheer.
or cheerleading, they put these great big banners around the fence of all of the seniors. Well, parents have to pay for that banner. But it's probably 5 feet tall and maybe 2.5, 3 feet wide. It's huge. And it's usually the kid in their uniform. Terry's going to bed. You get good rest, Terry. You're going to need it after that surgery. You just get really good rest, and I hope everything goes well if I don't see you before then.
You don't have to rest a lot before surgeries because they dope you up. You sleep good after the surgery.
That's true. My new grandbaby, apparently they've scheduled a C-section for July the 1st, which is really cool because my other grandson's birthday is July the 1st too. But if that happens, I'll be taking a little bit of a hiatus just so I can go over there and see my new grandbaby and see my son and his new wife. And I actually have a new granddaughter too because he married into it. And her name is Juliet. And she is just precious, y'all. I've talked to her on the phone. And I think I'm going to like her a lot because she's 5 and she's fun. I love 5-year-olds. Love them. So anyhow, what's
DJ.
Oh, yay, it's DJ. Hey, DJ. I got to do this.
Got to do what?
I'm not in here yet, so I can do the clicks.
Do the what?
DJ, come up here and talk to Poppy and me for a minute, for a bit, whatever. I forgot about doing that. There's a link. Anybody who wants to come up, just come on up and say hey. Poppy.
Yes.
I have to run to the little girl's room. So if anybody pops up in here,
Just click it.
just see where it's, you put the cursor on it and it'll say add to stream. Just click it.
Okay.
There he is. I'll do it.
Good
Hey,
evening.
DJ.
Hey,
How are you?
good? How are you?
Couldn't be better, but it's hot.
Yeah.
Hey.
Lower inside. It's not hot.
Yeah. So,
Mm-hmm.
I just want to say, and I don't know if you mentioned it at all, but yeah, that TikTok reel is crazy for what I'm seeing on the page, like for that circle and over here, like really, why would you put circle and cooking oil?
I don't know. I told you yesterday that if you put sugar in cooking oil, it turns into napalm.
Yeah.
Because if you now, do you know how much cooking oil she was using?
I mean,
Was it like an inch deep, or was it just a tiny bit in the bottom of the pan?
It was a tiny bit in the bottom of the pan, but for me, doing that with any amount seems crazy.
It does to me too, DJ. I would never do that.
Somebody was dumping sugar in.
Well, yeah. Tell Poppy what happened because I need to run to the little girl's room.
Okay, so I watched a video of this creator making up chicken wings, and to fry the wings, they put a bit of oil in the pan and then proceeded to add sugar to the oil.
Sugar?
Yeah,
That sounds crazy.
I know, right? I mean, I have never heard of anyone doing that, and I'm not versed in cooking, so I don't know if that does anything, but yeah, that was weird to me.
Yeah, real weird. Because the cooking oil is so hot and sugar's got such a low flash point, it would either make a big stinking mess or it would burn. So you would have burnt wings versus good wings.
Yeah, so, and that's why I'm confused because, I eat chitlins. You know, I have never seen my parents put sugar in any type of oil. So, yeah.
That definitely would be strange because Charlotte used to cook the wings, but the kids apparently like it the way I do it better. So I have chicken wing duty whenever we're having that for dinner. And I've never added sugar to maybe to a sauce after it was all done, but
Yes.
actually cooked in 350-degree oil, no.
Oh, look, Jessica says she don't know much about cars, but the garden in Florida is looking like crap in the heat. Can't force myself out there for more than 20 minutes at a time. Need a glass of wine right about now. Well,
Yeah.
cheers, Jessica, because same, definitely same. Everything in my garden is crispy. And Poppy pulled out all my tomatoes, all my green beans, all the cucumbers.
But your eggplant's doing good.
My eggplant's doing real good.
You got something else that's real good.
What do you mean? Oh, y'all, look what I got yesterday.
Smell it.
It's a cantaloupe, and it smells delicious. It was wonderful. This is the only one that's ripe. The other two, because I only have one vine out there, so I'm only going to get the 3. They usually don't produce more than about 3 to 6 per vine, and I know I didn't take care of it well enough to get 6.
And you got 3.
So I got 3, and this
This is
is
the first one you got. So.
this is the first one of the season so far, and I'm so tickled with him. I think he's beautiful. Listen.
Yeah.
He sounds. Ah.
Yeah. This might be a unpopular opinion, but I don't like cantaloupe or honeydew for that matter.
See,
I
now,
love those.
I don't care for honeydew, but I love cantaloupe. And I'm not a super huge fan of watermelon, but I'll eat it. I mean, actually, there's not a lot of food that I turn my nose up at.
Yeah, neither do I, but those are the only 2 fruits that I don't particularly like. So, yeah.
Sounds dangerous.
My grandma loved cantaloupe and honeydew.
No,
Favorite honey.
no, just to catch you up on my week.
What's up, Belt Luke 29? How are you this evening? Jessica, I don't have no pumpkins either. But I did get some squash earlier in the season.
Mm-hmm.
But those vine borers ain't no joke. They're absolutely no joke. That's my arch nemesis. I hate them. They're the spawn of Satan. And there's no way to avoid them, I don't think. I don't know. Unless, now.
7 dust.
No. I don't like using stuff like that, and you know that.
I know.
The only way I know to avoid the vine borer is to put netting over, that row covers. But no, I'm in South Mississippi on the Gulf Coast. Where are you at, Belt Loop? I forgot what I was talking about. Oh,
Vine borers.
the only problem with vine borers is they come up out of the ground. They lay their eggs in the ground wherever you've, planted your squash.
Yeah.
And then they come up. So I don't know if you'd still have them once they hatch and I don't know. I just don't know. Or something about they live in the ground. I don't.
Well, we
Alright.
can find out where they live so we can mess up their house.
Yeah. Oh, you're in central Mississippi. Okay. Oh, I bet you've been hot this week, Belt Loop. Good grief. I mean, at least we have the benefit of the water to cool us off a little bit.
Yeah. So,
And Hattiesburg was like 106 before noon today.
Good God.
yeah.
I'm telling y'all, I'm about half tempted to get a summer home in Canada. I'm not even playing. The older I get, the less I can stand this heat. And look, I know Florida's a hot place, DJ.
Yeah.
Jessica said, I got 6 squash. What a disgrace. I've been there. I have been there. In fact, I didn't get a lot of yellow squash. I got mostly zucchinis.
Yeah.
My yellow squash, they kind of petered out real early.
And you got a ton of cucumbers.
I did get a ton of cucumbers. I did. Indiana is far enough. Well, it is. Indiana would be. Well, his mother lives in Indiana. Maybe I should go to Michigan. But actually, my mother's side of the family is from Indiana. Hot days are misery for you too. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. I honestly, I've been battling vine borers now for years. My daddy is from Indiana. His daddy's from Indiana. And how in the world did y'all end up in Mississippi? See, people ask me that, so I can ask everybody else that.
Yeah.
Because I'm from Florida. He is too. And he was in the military, and we ended up in Virginia. Virginia's beautiful, y'all. Virginia's just, it's just expensive to live there. Hey, Sifting Some Soil, how are you, Mona?
Yeah.
Good to see you, my dear. But people ask me all the time, why in the world did you move to Mississippi?
It looked cool on the internet.
Well, it's not just that. Poppy wanted to live close to the water. And it was the only place we could go and afford to buy a house that close to the water.
Okay.
Oh, his mama's from Rankin County. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. Mississippi is kind of like Wyoming.
What?
Well, let me explain.
Yeah, how?
Well, I'll tell you how. Because how many people have you ever seen driving a car from Wyoming if you look at their car tag and you say, oh, they're from Wyoming? Not many. How many people do you meet that are from Wyoming? Not many.
None.
Well, Mississippi's kind of the same in that respect because, number one, there's only 3 million people in the state. They don't travel a whole lot. People from Mississippi don't travel a whole lot.
Yeah.
And also, nobody knows anybody from Mississippi. How many people do you know from Mississippi, DJ?
Just you.
Well, we're not from here, but we live here.
Yeah, but
transplants.
Yeah, we're just transplants. But as I've gone through my life, I've met one person my whole 56 years from Mississippi. So that's how it's somewhat like Wyoming. It's an anomaly.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, we're rated number 1 in rest areas with brown water in them.
Right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's like the Matrix.
It's the Matrix.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Jessica said not a single one. She don't know anybody from Mississippi. And
Yeah.
I know lots of folks from here. Well, that's because you live here and
Yeah.
you have a mama who's from here.
Yeah.
Be right back. Giving my crazy fur babies their melatonin so they'll. You might want to slip your daughter one too, maybe your son. You know.
Yeah. So, Charlotte, real
Yeah,
quick,
dear. What is it?
I will say, since the last time I talked to you, my niece just turned 5.
She
Yeah,
turned 5.
yeah, and she turned 5 yesterday, meaning on Friday.
Yeah.
So yeah, she,
Well, did y'all have a little party for her?
yeah, we had a party for her on Thursday night because we her daddy her dad has Thursday night because
Hey there, Belt Loop.
So,
How you doing,
yeah.
Gary? It's good to
I'm
see
blessed.
you.
Hey, do me a favor.
What's that?
Reach down there and hit that thing where we got the square sideways as opposed
Oh
to.
yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
I usually do that.
Well,
yeah.
it's easier for me to talk and eat ice cream than it is to type and eat ice cream.
Oh heck yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it
yeah.
is. What kind of ice cream you eating there, Gary?
This is Nutty Bar.
Ooh, oh
Nice.
God, that looks delicious.
It is.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah.
I'm surprised they have all that fancy ice cream up there where you live.
Well,
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you. The fact is that I went looking for. I've been watching some of these videos where they try out this weird ice cream.
Right.
And they got some out there, pizza ice cream and Grey Poupon ice cream, all this weird flavors, right? Well, I figured I'd try making one of them videos just for fun, because I don't do much of those type videos. And
Yeah,
I figured,
you ought to.
Yeah, a lot of people watch that. A bunch of people watch her videos, and I made her eat some old MREs from when I was in the Navy.
Oh my God.
I got some MREs.
Them things taste like dog crap.
I kind of like.
Chemical dog crap. Well, the one that I had was really old, I think.
It was a little outdated. It was one of the worst ones that you could ever get. It was the chicken tetrazzini garbage.
It was terrible. And they had raisins was a snack. And the raisins tasted like turpentine.
Dang.
Goodness.
They were bad. Bad. Real bad. But well, yeah, that dang ice cream. Look, let me see the label again. Get it up here close so I can taste it vicariously through the camera. Oh my God. That's one of my favorite Little Debbie snacks too. I love them nutty bars.
So the big dumb cracker and the cheese that comes in the MREs?
Mm-hmm.
She's had those before and didn't know what it was and liked it.
There we go.
Yes, you have.
You are out of your mind.
I took it out of the wrapper and I was eating it in the bed and you're like, give me some of that. And you ate it,
you might
not
have
knowing it was MRE.
It probably had summer sausage or something on it too.
I did.
So, well, there you go. That's why, because that summer sausage overpowers the taste to everything. So, Gary, what kind of channel do you have? Gardening or
Mostly gardening.
gardening?
I do have every now and then I'll throw on a video about being a police officer, but for the most part, it's just gardening.
Right.
I've gotten to where I'm doing a lot of. I've been doing a lot of live streaming here lately, although it's only 4 or 5 times I've done it.
Right. I started live streaming about a year ago, and I enjoy it a lot. But I have lots of. I guess I got about 8 to 12 people who show up regular. DJ's one of them.
Yep.
And we just get on here and hang out and cut up and, talk about everything.
Mm.
Don't we, DJ? We talk about all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yes, we do.
Ooh, Mona says, have you tried the new strawberry lemonade ice cream? I have not. Who makes it?
I haven't tried it, but it sounds like something I would try.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that sounds delicious.
By the way, what's up, Sifting Soul 55? How you doing?
And Jessica said she's never seen that kind of ice cream before. I haven't either, Jessica.
No.
But I promise you one thing. I'll be looking for it next time I go to Walmart.
Yeah.
Well, I went looking for something crazy,
Mm-hmm.
and that was as crazy as I could find.
Well,
And
I
I kind
haven't seen any crazy stuff in the grocery stores.
Now I've heard on the radio that sometimes like the weird flavored, like if you want the pickle flavor Mountain Dew, you have to order it from Mountain Dew. So it might be one of those weird things that you have to call and buy.
Well, look,
Have them ship it to you. They'll pack it in dry ice.
you can make ice cream out of anything.
Yeah, but
though.
who wants to make pizza ice cream just to eat it and go, this is foul? You want to buy it, you open it and say, see, here it is.
Let me ask you
now.
this, Gary. Let me
Yes,
ask you this. When you watch the videos of the people eating all these weird ice creams, do they seem to like them?
yes, ma'am.
They do?
Yes, ma'am.
Interesting.
Well, I don't know that. I mean, they say you can kind of taste this, that, or the other thing, but it for the most part, I guess it's still sweet or whatever. I even heard of somebody with a mac and cheese, ice cream. So according to them, they got them from Walmart, and that's what I went
Really?
looking for. Yes, ma'am.
Uh-huh.
I don't know.
Well, I
Well-
guess if you made mac and cheese ice cream, you wouldn't really put the mac and cheese in it. You just use the flavoring packet. That's what I'm assuming, but
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure. I don't know how that would happen. Jessica said that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna be looking for that. Yeah. One of my favorite ice creams. I love me some Haagen-Dazs pistachio ice cream.
I love Haagen-Dazs.
Oh
But-
boy, that's
Nice.
I like the stuff that's got liquor in it.
Hey, I got liquor.
Okay.
The chocolate mint. I hadn't seen it,
Mm.
but
That's good too. And the dulce de leche.
Yep.
It's got caramel in it, and oh my god, it's
Yeah.
so rich and wonderful.
It's
What's
good.
more rich and wonderful? Get the one with bourbon in it.
No, I don't care for alcohol flavored
No.
one.
Yeah,
Like the
no.
Bailey's one is good. The Kahlua one is good.
I wonder if we could do a Merlot ice cream.
No. No.
Too much water in it. It'd
Mm.
probably be more like a sorbet.
Well, we could do a Merlot sorbet.
they got
This is nuts. Jessica said, "What the heck? This is nuts."
down around.
Jessica, we get a little nuts around here sometimes.
Yes, ma'am. We do too.
It's been so hot outside for poor Poppy. I've been having to make him cold dinners this week. Will you take the dog out, please, so she's not
No.
tap dancing?
tap. She likes to tap tap.
I'm sorry, y'all can hear my dog tap dancing in her crate.
Ain't nothing but that. Wait till my dogs come back in. They Otis whines all the time. But so I understand. But down in Gulfport, about a block off the beach, they're right there, I guess kind of the entrance to that mall that's down there.
Yeah.
There used to be an ice cream shop. I don't know if it's still there or not, but they had Haagen-Dazs chocolate mint. It's the last time I saw it. Yes, ma'am.
Really?
No.
Maybe in the food court.
I'm going to have to go. No, he said it was. Is it in that shopping center across from?
It's right before there's that little road you drive up into, on the shopping center for the most part's on the right.
Yes.
But there's a couple of little stores there to the left, I think.
To the yeah.
And I believe it's in that area. Hang on just a second. I got to let my dogs in.
Okay, dear. Yeah, Jessica, we gonna make some. You know what? I should do that. I should make a Merlot sorbet ice cream.
You can do it right there
Right where?
in your deep freeze.
Oh.
No, what you do, you get your whole bottle of Merlot.
Yeah.
You take the big cookie sheet, please super good, stick it in the deep freeze, pour the Merlot into it, then like every hour or so, take a fork
Stir it.
and rough it up real good.
What I'm worried about is, alcohol don't like to freeze.
Well, it's
So
got
what
such a
would you-
low alcohol content, it will freeze, because I bet you will.
Oh, you've done it before?
I bet you'd be like a slushy.
Well, I don't want a slushy.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna add no cream to it. I'm telling you that right
No.
now. That would be disgusting.
Well, no, there's shops that's what they specialize is alcoholic ice cream. That's all they've got
What shops are those? Because I've never been.
in New York.
You've been to New York?
Yeah.
When?
Let's see, 1996.
Oh Lord, that was a long time ago. I
1996.
wasn't even a twinkle in your eye back then.
Nope. You were just some chucklehead.
1996, I only had 2 kids in 3. No, wait a minute. That's a lie.
I take it this is your second marriage
Yes.
or somewhere
My
there at.
first.
His first, my second.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's all good. I ain't judging you.
Oh, thank you.
I was in either in sonar school or submarine school up there. Up in
Well, you were
Connecticut.
just a baby.
I was 22.
That was a baby.
No.
He's a little bit younger than me, too. Can't tell it, though, can you?
And she gave me all this gray.
Kudos to you.
Do
Kudos.
what?
I said kudos to you for snagging you a young fella.
Ain't that the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, here's the thing. See, oh, Jessica said Merlot will slush.
See?
It will. Okay.
Low
Okay.
alcohol content.
Thanks for that tip, Jessica. I'm gonna work on that.
Please
But what
don't.
I was gonna say is, I thought when he asked me to marry him, first I laughed because I thought, what kind of man wants to marry a woman already got 5 children? He must be crazy.
Mm.
Seriously, I thought he was insane.
Well,
And I even told him as much, and I told him he needed to go find a young woman who he could go off and have babies with and stuff, because I wasn't doing that.
well, my wife would not go out with me to begin with either.
Right? How come?
Well, it's kind of an interesting story.
I'm interested.
Well, back in my younger days, I was somewhat of a scoundrel.
Oh,
Um,
say it isn't so.
I was a scoundrel. I was a ladies' man. I was a very hedonistic person.
Hedonistic man. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. And in fact, I had dated about half the girls that worked up there where she worked.
No wonder she didn't want to go out.
Exactly. And there was still 2 girls up there I was interested in, and at the time she was one of them.
Okay.
Anyhow, so I would come up and I'd talk to her. She was a hostess at Shoney's.
Okay.
And I was working over at the Sears in the automotive department.
Right.
So
Mhm.
I would come over there and get me a cup of coffee and a thing of apple pie, a mode, and I'd flirt a little bit. And anyhow, her birthday rolls around, and finally she says to me, "I tell you what, you can come to my birthday party." And I said, "All right, I'll come to your birthday party." So I show up at her birthday party, and she wouldn't speak to me at a birthday party. So,
Oh my goodness. She was
Yeah.
playing hard to get.
well, I don't know if it must have been because after all, I look good,
You
And
were
so
turning it on.
I was running and gunning, and anyhow, so she wouldn't speak to me. Well, I didn't stick around for long for that. I could be mistreated anywhere.
Anywhere, right?
Right?
Right. Although it typically wasn't mistreated.
Right.
Anyhow, so there was still this other young lady what worked up there. And she was this young, blonde haired, obviously dyed hair, but I still liked the blonde,
Sure, sure.
And she had these red fingertips, nails, and had this bright red lipstick around her lips. And, she was something pretty. And
Yeah.
I didn't care that half of it was plastic or whatever, It didn't bother me.
So she put on a good show, didn't she?
That's right. The packaging was pretty.
Okay.
So anyhow, I went back up there and I came in. Tammy walks up to me and she said, "I've decided I'm going to let you take me out." I looked at her and I said, "What in the world would make you think that I want to take you out?" Because she was a pain in the butt the last time I saw her.
Right, because she wouldn't talk to you.
Exactly. Right. You see what I'm saying?
I do. I see it clearly.
So she said, and then Tammy kind of set that hook. She sprang that trap. She said something that was that convinced me to give her another shot.
Okay.
She looked at me and she says, "I have thought about it, and I was mean to you. If you'd like to go out with me, I'd like to go out with you." And I said, "Well, all right, we'll give it one more shot." And I'll be honest with you, I wasn't exactly what you call hopeful about that. Typically, if I don't somebody pretty quick, any second shot just ended the same way the first shot ended.
Exactly.
So we went out on a date, and about 5 months later, I reckon we got married.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Now that was back in 1988.
Oh, my goodness.
And so we've been married now. It will be this December will be 34 years. Now,
Holy Moses. Congratulations.
Yes.
thank you. In fact, it's funny that, about her birthday party.
Right.
Yesterday was her birthday.
Oh,
So-
what?
And I actually did a video for her and put it up on my thing. Now I let her see it beforehand.
I think I would have spent the day not talking to her.
You bring up an interesting point. Or not.
But I'm a little vindictive like that, so
A little.
Well, let's see if you can hold a candle to this.
Okay. Go.
And I don't know if you can or not. You may can. I don't
I
know.
might could. I might cannot.
I've only seen you. This is probably the first time I've ever seen you. I've seen your name and seen you in a chat somewhere. That's where I got your name to subscribe to you. I am
Well,
a fairly
thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. See, your live showed up on my subscriber thing. That's another story, though.
Yeah. Let's get to the good part.
All right, I'll get to the good part. I'll just tell you what. I'm gonna put some bullet points in it so we can just move the story right along.
Sounds good to me. I like bullet points.
Now, on her
Learn from this.
her birthday that I went to, her party. Well, she didn't speak to me. All right, we were married fast forward 5 months later, more or less, we got married. All right, her next birthday, she got mad at me for what we fought like cats and dogs to begin with. I don't know why,
Yeah.
but we did. We fought like cats and dogs. But her next birthday, she got upset about something. I don't know what it was. It couldn't have been too important, but she got mad and she left. Now she left, but she wasn't gone, but like an hour or so, and she came back. Well, the next birthday, which is our third of her birthdays that we were
Right.
in this whole scenario.
Yeah.
I had gone down to Mexico to study Spanish with the University of Southern Mississippi in the Studies Abroad program. We were
Right.
living at that point on campus at USM.
Right.
All right. When I got back, she was gone. And so, again, this is the third year on her birthday that she acted like a pain in my rear end.
Ain't that the truth? She didn't have good birthdays, did she?
Well, see, in my opinion, I think she just felt like she was a princess or something on her birthdays. And, well, normal people I can deal with. I have trouble dealing with some folks what tend to be a little snooty.
Yeah.
Anyhow, and the way she was behaving on her birthday, well, anyhow, so she had moved back here to Clinton, Mississippi from Hattiesburg, and she had left her brother and his girlfriend in my apartment. Didn't bother me. Anyhow, so I went and I went through and I had a job at this machine shop down there, and I would spend most of my days working. And then after I got off of work, I was going to USM, but it was during the summer, so I would work, and then I'd come up here and tell her she needs to bring her butt home.
Yeah.
And tell her she needed to come home. Well, this went on for like a month. And finally, I just got to where I met a young lady at this other place, and I invited her out. We stepped out to Senior Frogs or something like this. Anyhow, we had a good time. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
And the very next day, my wife calls me and she asked me, she says, go ahead and come on up and pick me up. I'm ready to come home. And what do you think I told her?
Well, I'm not sure you need to come home anymore.
Exactly. I told her nothing. I told her, no, that's all right. You done started your life over. I'm starting my life. You've done your thing. I'm doing my thing. And
right.
So, well, what do you think? How do you think she reacted? Well, she broke
that
down.
wasn't happening. That wasn't going to happen.
She broke down, started crying.
Did she? Well, y'all, come on.
I'm a sucker for a woman what cries, at least her, I guess. I don't know. It probably worked with another woman too. But, I hate seeing a woman.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I went through and I finally said, all right, I'll come pick you up. And so I drove all the way from Hattiesburg to Clinton, Mississippi and picked her up, brought her back home. And I told her, I said, look, babe, I went out with another young lady last night. We had a good time. I told her, pretty much everything. And I told her, I said, look, if you want to go, you want to stay, you can stay. If you want to go, I'll take you back, to your uncle's house, place, apartment, whatever. I said, but this stuff of you leaving every year on your birthday, the next time you leave, if you leave, you might as well stay gone.
Stay gone.
Because you ain't coming back. I'm tired of it.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
That
Sense.
Yeah, that wouldn't fly here, would it?
No.
I ended up, I've tried to convince her to leave a couple times since then, but
Well, I asked Poppy the other day if I could have a tent in the backyard.
Well,
I want to live out there.
You might want to get you a she shed instead.
Yeah, with this heat.
Yes, ma'am. Get you a she shed with an air conditioner in it.
Ain't that the truth? I'd love to.
Whenever she's mad at me, I get to turn the AC off. No power for you.
You hear this fool?
Well, that don't make any sense. Guys want it cooler typically than women do anyhow. Normally.
Well, it depends how old the woman is.
Right?
Well,
At that certain age, they like the AC set on like frigid.
Yeah.
I
Because
read, but Tammy, she'll set the thermostat on 76 or 77.
yeah,
And when I come in, typically I go through and turn it down to 76. And then right before I go to bed, I'll turn it down to 74.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Which is colder than she wants it, but I need that for me to get to sleep.
Right.
Works
Well, she
Monday.
could always cover up underneath the quilt or something and get warm.
That's right. She has time to get comfortable and what have you, and get the covers and everything. She works Monday through Friday from
Yeah.
like 8 to 5, and I work typically Sunday through Friday from about 3 o'clock till around midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the time, I don't see her.
Right.
She's gone when I get up, and she's asleep already in bed when I get home. So about the only
Wow.
time I really get to see her is Saturday.
Right, right.
But Saturdays I get to see her. Then I get to see her a little bit on Sunday before I have to go in because she's usually off.
Right.
This last week though, where she works, she was. I ain't seen a series in a while either, but that was back in 1988. But where she's working has swapped up their working environment, I guess you'd call it, because they have their people work at their homes 3 days one week and 2 days the next. So and then 3 days at the office, and then they'll have the weekend, and then they'll come back and work 2 days. So she's home for basically 6 days, and then she's at the office another regular work week, although it's split up into 2 different weeks. But
Right.
it's basically 5 work days in a row, and then 5 work days at home in a row.
Right, right. Well, that
And
sounds like a good gig for her.
Although, I am a police officer, but I work. You're probably familiar with a place called Whitfield. Okay, well, cool. That is a state mental hospital.
Oh, okay, okay.
You should go there, honey.
See, now in Florida, that would be Chattahoochee.
Yeah.
Yeah, and anyhow, that's where I work. I can work for any police department here in the state. I'm certified through Mississippi Law Enforcement Officer Training Academy, Class 249. And my wife, I'm not going to say where she works, but she works, with some folks that she is. She does work with law enforcement.
Okay.
And I don't think she doesn't. Well, she definitely doesn't want me sharing that information, so I respect that. And
Of course.
Yeah.
Poppy works with law enforcement, not for them, but with them.
Yeah.
she is not a certified officer. I can tell you that.
Yeah, Poppy's not either.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
He wanted to, and I told him, no, I can't be married to a cop.
But she also didn't want to marry a Navy man either.
No, I didn't.
Ended up doing that.
I sure didn't. That's the last thing I wanted was to be married to a Navy guy, but
well, they got a Navy.
we're worth it here.
Thank you, baby.
Don't they
I'm
have
sorry, what was that, Gary?
I was just saying, don't they have a Navy base down on the coast?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
there's the Air Force base and a Navy base. In fact, we don't live too far from the Navy base.
Now, the Navy base down here is for Seabees primarily,
Mhm.
but I was 7.5 years on fast attack submarines, and then another 7 years naval aviation.
That's cool. Have you ever heard of the USS Drum?
Yeah.
At one time that was stationed down in Mobile. Years ago when I was fairly young. And I don't know who I was with. It might have been Chipley or Crestview. My parents moved a lot when we was young. But I remember us taking a trip to Mobile, and we toured the USS Drum down there. And they had I think they usually have like a battleship and maybe a submarine down there somewhere.
Right. What's the
They-
battleship that's there now?
The Alabama.
The USS Alabama's there now.
Makes
Yeah, I used to be a
perfect.
scout leader and volunteer for the scouts quite a bit. And when my son was in, we went and we stayed the night on the Alabama several times and took a ton of kids through the submarine. And since they don't have a tour on the sub, I was able to tell them or answer every question they had as we went through the submarine.
Yeah. He had
That's-
fun doing that.
Well, when I was a kid, we did that.
Yeah, that's cool.
I did live in Florida for several years, and I've lived in Texas, as a child.
Need to go to bed. It's almost 1:35 over here. Need to be up early to catch you guys on the. All right, my dear. Take care, Jessica, and thanks for coming this evening.
Bye, Jessica.
Right.
It's good to see you. Oh, that reminds me.
We lived in Crestview for a little while.
Did you?
6 whole months.
Well, I lived in Crestview, and I lived in Lee, and I lived in Pensacola.
I got you.
And now that was from about 1972 till 1981, and then we moved back over to Houston.
Yeah. I didn't care for Crestview very much as an adult. I was an adult when I lived there. I didn't care for it. In fact, me and Poppy call it the armpit of Florida.
We weren't too happy there, so we moved back.
Yeah, we moved back here to Mississippi. Because believe it or not, Mississippi was better than Florida.
I loved it down there. There's still a lot of people I'm looking forward to go and see. They've got we raise chickens and rabbits, and I think we've got, we only got 2 dogs, but we've got mealworms and we've got compost worms, and
Right.
Anyhow, some people might call us a homesteader, but I don't know.
You just don't want to put that label on yourself, huh?
Well, it's typically when I think of homestead, I think of people raising all these critters for food, and
For food, yeah.
we don't kill our chickens. We don't
No, I
kill
don't either.
our rabbits. We don't, but
I use the rabbits for their manure, and I use the chickens for their eggs.
very cool. Do you consider yourself a homesteader?
No, I consider myself a practical, down-to-earth gardener.
Okay.
I mean,
Where you're at, I should tell you that on October the 28th and October the 29th, they are having a homesteading event down in Milton, Florida.
really?
Yes, ma'am. Tickets are like, if you're not interested in going to the workshops, I think the tickets are only like $10.
Oh, wow.
My wife and I have already bought tickets, and I've already told them at work that I want to take off during that time frame to go down there. And anyhow, I'm hoping, they indicated they'll make sure that I get a chance to go down there. But,
Right. Well, what kind of, I'm not sure what that all entails. I mean, what does a homesteading convention do? Just teach people things and
well, I expect,
animal husbandry?
let me ask you this. Do y'all watch much YouTube?
Yeah, I do. He doesn't, but I do.
And I only know 2 of the speakers. And so I'll tell you who they are. You may or may not know them. I don't know.
Okay.
I know that, I had heard of both of these people before, I found out about the thing. And my wife's the one actually found out that they were speaking.
Right.
You may be familiar with a fellow by the name of David the Good.
Yes.
He has about 217,000 subscribers.
Yes.
He's supposed to be one of the speakers, and he will be, selling his books there, from what I understand. He's got a bunch of books, a lot of it about garden row gardening, and he's also got some books on compost, that type of thing. And are you familiar with Cog Hill Farm? I think it is.
I don't watch that one, but yes, I know that name.
Well,
I know
they're
that
supposed to be there as well. My wife watches them pretty good bit.
Okay.
But she found that out after, it was funny. I thought I was going to have to talk her into going, but
But she wanted to go, huh?
yeah, she was. I asked her if she'd be interested in going. She says, "Oh yeah," and so that was an easy sell. But
Right.
because I live so so close to that over there in Crestview, I've still got a lot of friends that live down that way. So we
Right.
thought, take a week or at least a few more days and go down, visit some of them while we're down there.
Sure.
That's a Friday and Saturday. But if y'all get a wild hair, October the 28th and 29th,
Yeah.
you should be able to find some information out on it. For information about it I know if you look on Facebook, they've got, and just type in Milton, Florida, October 28th, October 29th. It should be, they've got some kind of a page or something on there.
Yeah,
And,
Wesley's got the page up now.
Okay. Well, if y'all do decide to go, it'd be great to sit for me and my wife to sit down, with y'all. Maybe we get a bite to eat or something.
That sounds nice, doesn't it?
I think so.
That does sound nice. Hey, DJ, I saw you drop off, and I just wanted to let you know it's all right. If you get your connection back, you're more than welcome to come back up here, okay? I love DJ. I've almost adopted him. He's got parents, but by goodness, if he didn't, I'd have him over here.
I clicked it, saved event. It'll give us a reminder.
It'll give us a reminder. Okay, great.
And
great.
any updates of the event.
So it's Friday and Saturday, so we could go.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds real nice. Thank you for letting me know that.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
Again, like I said, I don't consider myself really a homesteader. I'm just a gardener, and I do like to have chickens, and I like I said, I got my rabbits, but that's just for manure. I'm not butchering them. Now, I'll tell you this. I'm so tempted to get myself some quail, and because I love quail. I love to eat quail. And I would butcher that in a New York minute.
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, I'm pretty efficient with butchering quail.
You are.
I got a funny quail story, but most everybody in here has already heard it. But I went to,
Go ahead.
what I usually do when I butcher quail is just stun it a little bit and pop its head on the counter.
Yep.
And kind of make it a little before I cut his head off. And
so we don't know it.
So we kind of don't know it. Yeah, I figure it's humane. I don't know if it is or not. It might be cruel as hell. But I stunned this little devil, and he apparently I didn't hit his head hard enough, and he popped his head around and looked at me like, "What the hell are you doing to me, old lady?" So I said, "Oh my God, what have I done?" And I went, wham! And his poor little old head went flying across the kitchen.
Goodness gracious. I bet that was.
I said, "Oh my God."
By the way, while I'm thinking about it, there's somebody I would recommend. And when you said that, it kind of reminded me of them. They were doing a chicken, they were harvesting chickens. And he's on one of his videos. It shows him, giving CPR to a chicken's already been plucked and his head was missing. Already had his head cut off. It was just all kidding because I think he said it twitched a little bit. So he shot some video of him, acting like he was giving it. He's a good guy. Yeah, and I'm gonna recommend you go check him out. The name of that channel is actually David the Good's brother. His name is Flannel. The name of the channel is Flannel Farms.
Flannel Farms. Okay, I've never heard of that one. But I like David the Good. Ain't he's in Florida, isn't he?
I think South Alabama.
Jacksonville or somewhere.
He's got a book about gardening in South Florida, and he came from there. But he also spent a lot of time in the tropics. But now I believe he's over in like South Florida or South Alabama or South. I think it's South Alabama.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So I guess I followed them. I tend to be a little bit I hadn't heard that story either before now. So we in the same boat a little bit.
I'm surprised I hadn't told you that story, Marcel, because that was a doozy. That's when I was first learning how to take care of that, dispatch them, you know.
Had a heart.
Yeah, and but I'll tell you what, I love quail. That's one of that is my favorite poultry.
Well, when it comes to quail, about the only thing that I know of you eat's like the breast, ain't it?
Pretty much. I mean, there's not a lot on there, you know, as far as their legs or any of that stuff's concerned. There's not a lot.
Well, the way she cooked it, you could eat the whole bird because all she did is she chopped its head off, peeled it like a sock, gutted it, but fried the whole thing just in the
I butterflied it.
And
or spatchcock, whatever you want to call it.
But yeah, you can peel the meat off the legs and everything.
I love to make gravy with it.
Yeah.
And let it simmer in that gravy and then put it on rice. Oh my God, there ain't nothing better. There's nothing better. I love it.
The only way I've ever had quail, I reckon, was just the breast pulled off and wrapped in bacon and grilled.
Yeah, I bet that's good too. I haven't had it that way.
It was good.
Game hen's good too.
You know what? I like corn and shame hens, but not as good as I do a quail. They dry out real quick. Quail don't.
Just give me a whole chicken, it'll be fine.
Poppy likes chicken.
The whole one.
And I love to eat rabbit too, but I'm not gonna harvest them.
Right. We got I don't know how many rabbits we've got. We don't have a whole lot. We've actually got 3 pet rabbits, little lion head rabbits.
That's what I've got.
Is it? They're cute.
They are, and they're so nice. I had some meat rabbits one time. They were the big gray ones, probably 8 pounds a piece. They were huge
and mean as fire.
And they were mean. Oh my God! I did not know rabbits could be mean, but they can. He would grunt at me, and they would stomp at me, and they would charge at me. And I'm like, no, we can't have these kinds of rabbits. So we did eat those.
Well, they were jerks.
But they needed eating.
Yeah.
You know?
It's interesting you should mention that as well. I got one thing you'll learn about me, I can talk, and I got a story for just about everything.
Me too.
Well, we're going to get along famously.
I hope so.
There's just today, I put a video about me. We got this mean rooster.
Ooh,
he's mean. He was, it's funny because he was so sweet when he was younger.
They always are. Them damn roosters will fool you every time.
He was the only egg. He was the only egg that hatched out of a group of eggs after the power went out for a while. Mm-hmm. And Tammy would take him, put him on her shoulder, and walk around the yard, and he was just a sweet to her. And then he grew up, and Tammy put him out there near the hens, and he got to where he got a bad attitude, and I had to knock the stew out of him a few times, and we got to the point where I had to put this big container over him so that Tammy could get in and water the rabbits. Because
because he went after her too, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was after anybody and everything that came in that place. But because she kept him in the area where the rabbits are.
Right.
And anyhow, so she built him. She calls it I guess it's more of a chicken condo. But, she called it a tractor, chicken tractor. But a tractor's supposed to move, so it couldn't be it. Anyhow, I just today put up the video of us wrangling that rooster and putting him in his chicken condo. So if y'all get a wild hair and you want to see either Tammy's birthday video or that chicken wrangling, putting the bad chicken in his place.
Yeah.
Both of them's up on my page right there at the top.
Okay. I'm actually, my computer's real slow, but I'm looking for you right now. I'm subscribing because I can't wait to see that.
I appreciate
Chasing the rooster.
There.
Yeah.
Turn
I had
that bell on.
we had to put him in his place, and that's okay.
That is okay because, just last summer, my daughter, my oldest daughter, she lives next door to some folks who had a rooster in their yard. And they were out of town, and she was over there feeding everything and taking care of their home while they were away. And that rooster got her with his, what do they call
Spurs.
it? He spurred her twice in the leg. And I said, she told me what happened. And she said she turned around to unlock the door. I said, you turned your back on a rooster? Why would you do that? She said, Mama, I ain't never been around a rooster. I didn't know. And I said, oh, Lord, I haven't done my job. You don't never turn your back on a rooster, especially one that's riled up,
That
You're in
rooster
his yard.
charged me when I turned my head, but I didn't turn far enough, or to where I kept my eye on him.
Sure.
I turned my head, and he started charging. I threw a sheet over the top of him.
Good.
And
He didn't like that none, did he?
He did not. He didn't care for that at all.
And what'd you do, gather up that sheet and stick him in his condo?
Yep. That's what we.
Have you ever let him out?
Well, that just
Or did
happened.
he go to freezer camp?
That happened like yesterday or the day before.
Oh, okay.
So,
Well, what you gonna do with him now?
well, Tammy loves that rooster and hates that rooster at the same time. So she won't let me kill him. It's a love-hate thing.
I got it. I got you.
She won't let me kill him. But in fact, I guess I could play it. I think I can play it from here. If y'all want to see it.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to do that though.
Oh, I think I know how to do it.
Okay. I don't. I'm a techno dummy. Everybody here will tell you that.
All right.
Oh, sorry, dear.
With my face.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you.
All
right,
see.
I really did, but that was pretty slick, wasn't it?
That doesn't mean you're a jerk.
Hey, where's my hair thing? It's dry. It's somewhat
You
dry.
had two of them.
What? Oh, it's on the floor. Excuse me just a minute. I'm going to dip onto the floor here.
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if it's going to work or not. I'm going to try it.
Okay. Do I?
No, that ain't going to work.
DJ, help us out. I don't know how to do this.
All right. If you'll look in the basement.
That's what I'm trying to look for. Hang on just a sec. There you are. Okay. Yeah. Let me put us like this.
All right. Let me see if I can get to that video. Let's see here.
Look there. I know how to do this now. What am I talking about?
Give me just a second. I'm pretty sure I'll have this
All right.
where we can do it. Let's see. Or better yet, no, I got another way of doing it. It's even better.
Okay.
Let's see. Right there. Nope, not that one. Right here. Right there. And here we go.
There we go. Oh, I see the sheet.
And I don't know if you can see that or not.
I can. Can y'all see? Can everybody see? Oh, there he is. Look at that old booger.
He's beautiful, but
He sure is.
pretty good size spurs on there. And he getting ready. He's going to try to jump at me and hit me with them spurs. He's done it.
I wonder if you could cut them spurs off.
He's I saw a thing where you can.
We in the process of, we're going to relocate Tweety.
They put something on it to protect
We got a
it.
chicken relocation program around here.
Okay.
Tammy
Alex
just
says yes. You can cut the
don't
spurs
see the
off.
evil in the rooster. She don't see the evil in the chicken, and I get it. I reckon. I understand. She did raise Tweety from an egg. He was the only one to make it, out of the incubator. And he's a beautiful chicken. I don't know if y'all can tell, but he's actually a pretty good sized rooster. Got a beautiful, set of feathers on him. This is a chicken tractor that Tammy built herself. If it was up to me,
Look at that.
I'd be eating chicken and dumplings right now. But Tammy loves that rooster. I don't know why. She hates him, but she loves him. It's one of them love-hate things. Normally, I go through and throw that bucket over Tweety. Tammy can't water the rabbits when Tweety's in here.
Right.
Move down here. Tammy's trying to choreograph this thing. All right, apparently she got him to the other end.
All right, he's coming over here.
All right, now I'm going to have to be quiet so I can sneak around the other way. This kind of reminds me of one of them slapstick Three Stooges thing.
He said, "Get out of my barn."
That's what he's saying.
All right, we
Oh,
ready?
Lord.
Come on, Tweety. Come on, Tweety. There we go. Hey, Tweety, how you doing? Well, I don't think he likes the sheep. Can't I blame him? We on this. Well, I'm just kind of. He's stalking me. He's like a cat. Well, Otis, Little Bear, y'all go on. Well, I don't want him to be mean to him. If he ain't attacking me, there he goes.
Oh, he's about to.
Got one rooster.
There you go.
Y'all see that? He waited to pounce. Like
He
was
sure did.
something.
I'm talking to your video, Gary.
Oh, that's all right. I talk to it all the time.
I got him in this butt. Yeah, but y'all, I got him in there.
Oh, I see.
He's probably pooping on the sheets as we
Well,
speak.
it's all right. Now,
What we gonna do is we're gonna set him in there, and I'm gonna kind of slide the sheet out while Tammy holds the thing shut.
make sure you have it.
I ain't gonna rough him up while he's in there. I know a lot of you folks might think I could be vindictive to a chicken, but I ain't. All right,
Got it?
he's out of it, I think.
He's holding on to the sheet.
He's holding on to the
Well, Gary, you did all right with that. You know that?
Oh, yeah.
You probably saved his life.
He's upset.
I'm sorry, Tweety. I shouldn't speak to you that way.
Yeah,
It probably just heightens your anxiety.
he's
Yeah.
mad as fire.
Thank you.
He
for
got the other
congratulating
chickens riled up, too.
me. Tweety's madder than the wet hen.
Oh,
See, that's funny.
she is chasing Lucy.
Don't chase Lucy, you Lola Bell.
Well, I'll stop it there. It's got, a little bit more, but
That was so cool. You did a really good job
I enjoyed it.
wrangling that rooster.
I thought so.
I
I thought,
think so.
you know-
And you know what? You could definitely tell that was not a abusive situation. Like people would say that maybe you were trying to hurt the chicken. I don't think so at all. I think you did it the most humane way you possibly could.
I tried to, and I feel
Yeah.
like I was able to accomplish it.
Yeah,
So-
I think you did. I do.
Anyhow, we just, sometimes you got situations where you just got to handle what comes up.
That's right. That's right.
But
And you can't let a rooster run your homestead or your farm or your garden or nothing.
you can't.
You
But-
just can't. People who do that are just silly.
I agree. And so, we have fun around here and try to have, a good time from time to time. I tried to do some videos, a lot of how-to videos. I got some stuff on how to make up some, some seed starter mix and pot and soil, how to make up some free fertilizer, how to make some worm compost tea.
Now that I need to watch that, because let me tell you, I think that my garden has got them jumping worms in it. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, man, but I can tell you what to do for pretty much any worm.
What?
You go get, worms typically eat a lot of leaves and what have you.
Mm-hmm.
So what you do is go get you some BT, otherwise known as Bacillus thuringiensis.
Yeah, I got some of that.
All right, you mix that up and spray it on whatever they eat, and it'll kill them dead.
Okay. I mean, I would like to have regular earthworms, but I don't want them jumping worms because they eat the earthworms.
I wasn't aware of that.
And the jumping worms live in the top few inches of the soil.
Mm-hmm.
Earthworms live down deep.
Okay.
Somewhat deep. Some deeper than these jumping worms, put it that way. That's what I've read and gotten information on.
Yes, ma'am. I think.
However, any kind of worm poop is going to take care of your garden, right?
Sure. Oh, and we got a video on how to make a worm bed, so you can raise your own worms.
Yeah,
So,
that's kind of what I'd like to do next, is raise my own worms.
and
I'd like to raise mealworms for the chickens too.
Well, we've got mealworms, and I'll have to see if I can't talk Tammy and showing me. She does it. I don't.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
I mean, she handles typically all the critters.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do a lot sometimes with the tomatoes and peppers and stuff like that. But Tammy has a tendency to take care of most of the critters. I do take care of the dogs normally, but
So Gary, let me ask you, how long you been gardening here in Mississippi?
Started in 2020.
2020?
Yes, ma'am. Last year I took the course for the Master Gardeners thing. My wife's been a Master Gardener, I guess, for 7, 8, 9 years, something like that.
Oh, wow.
And she's been gardening. She would put it this way: she was gardening before we got married.
Wow.
In fact, one time we got into a bit of a tiff, and I took every one of her plants on the inside and cut them up. We used to fight a lot. We fought like cats and dogs. I don't know why we got married. I'm just glad we did now. But she's
I kind of say that on about a daily basis. I don't know why I did that, but I'm glad I did now.
You learn and you get better at what you're doing. And
That's true. That's true. Poppy's made me a better human.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's interesting because I just told, that's something like what I said on that video that I did for my wife for her birthday yesterday.
Is that right?
Yes, ma'am. See, I had been planning for about the last 2 weeks to try to make a video for her birthday. See, we don't do gifts. A lot of people don't understand that, but the way I look at it, I couldn't afford to give her anything really that would show her how much I love her.
Sure.
And a gift, if she don't know after 33 years of being married, that I love her, what's a little doodad going to do?
Right.
So anyhow, and some people don't understand that, but that's okay. That's not for them to understand. That's for me.
That's
and
right.
her.
That's between you and her. Yeah.
And anyhow, but we hadn't done gifts, and so I wanted to do something, and so I've been thinking the last 2 weeks. But I'm world class procrastinator.
Okay.
Anyhow, so I waited till the last minute, the day before, and in fact, my wife asked me. She says, "Did you forget that my birthday is tomorrow?" I said, "No, honey, I didn't forget your birthday is tomorrow. I've been planning on making you a video." So, and then she says, "So you making yourself something?" Because she don't do the YouTube thing, and she's she would be being funny, ha ha type thing.
Right.
I said, anyhow, so I tried to shoot this video, I don't know, 4 times, I reckon. The first time the content was good, but the picture quality was bad.
Right.
The second one, the picture quality was good because the lighting was good. I pulled over to the Texaco, and they got a little spot out there where they got, a car wash thing, and these all kinds of lights all over. And so I pulled up into there and recorded it, but the content just didn't seem to work. And then I recorded again when I got here to the house, but this light over my head made sure that my camera just didn't, have very good video. So then I finally got over there by the door where the light could shine on my face and did it. And anyhow, I didn't get finished till about 2:00 in the morning.
Oh, my.
And Tammy woke up and she came in here, which she will tend to do if I don't get to bed here for too long.
Right.
But she came in and I said, "All right, I finished the video. I'll let you go ahead and sit down. I'll let you see it now. If you want, and I told her I'd let her make the call whether it got uploaded or not. Because the video was for her.
Right.
So, and I showed her the video. And she cried, and of course that made me cry. I'm just a softie when my wife cries. Anyhow, so she went through and she liked it, and she said she said to go ahead and upload it so that she could watch it while she's other places and didn't have to Anyhow, so I uploaded it, and that's why it's on there now.
That's so nice. That is really nice.
She really married up when she married me.
Oh, she did.
Yeah. There's no question. There's no question. She married up when she married.
I did too.
Do you remember Charlie or Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory?
Of course I do.
Well, that scene where Charlie finally finds that golden ticket, and he starts to dancing around the bedroom, that one room place saying, "I've got a golden ticket." I have no doubt that's what my wife did when I asked her to. So I wish I'd have got that on video.
You should have.
Anyhow,
That's great.
She grabbed the golden ticket. She pulled the brass ring. But the truth is, I got lucky too. I got the best one of that group. I'm
that whole office building.
Well, I'm talking about just her and the folks that are her family and everything. I got the best one of the family. And she's awesome. But we have fun. She gets me. I can say something. Other people might look at me and say, "What in the world are you talking about? You shouldn't say something this, that, and then the other." But she'll just look at me and laugh. Now, don't get me wrong. We get our wires a little crossed every now and again too, which I don't know anybody what's been married that don't.
Right.
But that's usually because men and women tend to communicate differently.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times
I tell Poppy sometimes it's a miracle if we ever land on the same page.
Exactly. And so when you're trying to communicate and there's a breakdown of communication, because I tend to be very specific. I tend to be very articulate on what I'm saying. Now when Tammy
excuse me.
Oh, I hope you're okay.
I'm fine. It went down the wrong pipe.
Happens to me.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Now the funny thing is, if Tammy and I are going somewhere, typically it's going to be in my truck. And I know that she's thought about it, and according to how she says something, most of the time we're going somewhere she wants to go, and so she likes to try and give me directions. Trouble is, she don't know her right from her left most of the time, and so she'll tell me. But if she says, "Now that's going to be your left," even though we face in the same direction, that tells me that she's thought about it, and it's got to be my left. So, it's just interesting trying to drive anywhere with my wife.
Oh, is it now? I'm sorry. This man here,
Similar.
I'm the kind of person, if I can get somewhere one time, I'll find it for the rest of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Wesley, he can't find his way out of a wet pepper sack and gets lost in his own hometown.
That's funny.
It's hilarious.
Navigation is not my thing.
And I'll tell him, "Hey, honey, why don't you go weed eat the north side of the house?" He's like, "Which side is the north?" I'm like, "Well, where's the beach? We live like not even a quarter mile from the beach." I'm like, "Which direction is the beach?" He said, "That way." I said, "Ain't that south?" "Well,
Yes.
yeah." "Well, look at the other end of the yard then, ding-a-ling."
Hey, I understand. I know my north, south, east, and west. And in fact, typically, I think about that, in a lot of the places I'm going. It just kind of helps you find landmarks
It
and know.
does. Well, I tell him all the time, if you'll just put the map in your head, take a little snapshot in your head of a map, you'll be able to get where you need to go.
Yes,
My
ma'am.
camera's broken.
But he says his camera's broken.
My
And
wife-
but I'll tell you what happened one time. This is a funny story, y'all.
Maybe to you.
It ain't to you. Look, it was when we first got married. We had been married a few years, maybe 2 or 3 years. And my boys, we used to fly them to Florida to visit their daddy, and then we'd pick them up from the airport there in Norfolk. Well, he had been to this airport multiple times and drove them home.
Mhm.
Well, I decided this time I was going to go with him. And we were picking them up. Were we dropping them off?
Drop them off.
I think we were dropping them off. We got them on the airplane. We decided to go home. And he wants to play dumb and ask me, "Now, which way do I get home?" I said, "I don't know." He says, "Yes, you do. Which way do we get home?" He didn't know which way to go because it was dark.
And my Garmin was dead.
I said, "Sorry, figure it out." And I sat there. We rode around Norfolk and Chesapeake, Virginia for
2 hours.
about 2 hours. But guess what? He found his way home.
There we go.
I said, "I'm tired of you using me for your navigation system. What are you going to do when you don't have me? I'm going to be gone one of these days."
Bye, Garmin.
And now he uses that. Thank God for GPS. Thank
Yes,
God.
They got it on your phone now.
Yeah.
And I use it too.
I believe it. That thing don't always work though.
That's exactly right.
Oh, she's off sometimes.
Well, I tell you what, I can't tell you how many times people show up where I work thinking I'm at that the airport's out there. I don't know if somebody put a pin in the wrong spot or something. And every time I turn around, somebody's coming out there looking for the airport. And we're several miles from the airport. Anyhow.
Oh, there's Marcel. I'm sorry, Marcel. I had you in purgatory.
At least if I was looking for the airport, I'd be looking for airplanes or
Hey,
radar or something.
it's so nice to see you today. I'm glad you didn't melt.
Oh yeah, I didn't melt. Nope, stayed inside most of today. Yeah, I hadn't been in purgatory very long.
You know what? I think I gave you some bad advice about them peppers. I think you ought to give them half. Get some fish fertilizer and dilute it half of what you would normally give them. I think they need some fertilizer from what you described to me. That one, Not looking good.
the jalapenos.
Mm-hmm.
Well, those, the small plant, I mean, it's just never grown. Like I stuck it in the ground and it just never grew. It's
Never
still
took.
just like
I don't know.
was
For some
like a
reason, I
baby.
think it might be stunted from cold, but something else
It-
tells me you ought to give it some fertilizer.
Well, it did have one little pepper grow, but it's like a teeny tiny little dollhouse pepper.
What you think, Gary?
I think that if it has a pepper on it when the plant's still small, you need to pull it off. Otherwise, it's going to try to develop that pepper, and it'll focus more energy on developing
The fruit than growing.
Right.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
So I would pull off the pepper. Jalapenos are a hot pepper, and hot peppers tend to be, if you want it to be really hot, once it gets bigger and starts putting peppers on it, then I would starve it of nutrition to some degree, just because that tends to make a pepper hotter. But a jalapeno typically, a lot of people use a jalapeno, they'll take out the seeds and the ribs, and that's where most of the heat on that is anyhow.
Right.
Yeah, I always do. I just like the flavor of it. I don't need it to burn
I
my
love jalapeno poppers.
Yeah.
Oh, I love jalapeno poppers. Yeah.
Yeah, those are delicious.
I seen a guy just make some. He poured them out, cleaned them out, put in cream cheese, normal cheese, brisket, then wrapped it in bacon and threw it in the smoker.
Shut the front door.
Yeah.
Yum.
Hey, here's something else you can do with that.
What?
They've got these things called armadillo eggs. It's basically the same thing, except for and once you wrap the cheese, or once you get the cheese in the jalapeno, get you some sausage, and then flatten out the sausage, roll it up around the jalapeno, and then wrap that in bacon. It's called
like a Scotch egg.
Yes, ma'am. But it's called
that sounds delicious.
Oh, it is. I've only had them once, but I got a friend of mine's the best cook that I've ever met. He's just smart. He's, and interesting factoid. Well, I ain't gonna get into that, but in fact, if you go to my page a couple times, you'll see a recipe or a thing I did on how to make chicken spaghetti, and it is awesome. I got that from him. But
Marcel, do you make any kind of chicken spaghetti?
I do. I do an old school one that has some canned soup and a ton of cheese, and usually you use a rotisserie chicken just to keep it simple. I haven't made it in quite some time. I put celery and onions in it.
Did you make a video about it?
I will.
Or just a blog post?
I don't have either up yet. I'm going back through my blog, and I need to do so much updating over there. And then I'm realizing I still have 8 videos that don't have corresponding blog posts. Because I went through that little burst like a year and a half ago where I was really trying to get monetized, and I was just like kicking out videos, like really, I had the kids home and everything, and I didn't necessarily have time to do the blog post part.
Right.
My adult ADD just wouldn't let me stay in the chair long enough to do it. No, but I'll do that. That'll be a good one.
Yeah, I think it would.
I haven't made that in a long time either. The kids might be happy to see that casserole again.
They might. Yeah. I think maybe you and I are going to have to get on the phone with each other soon, so you teach me about blogging.
Okay.
Because I think I might want to do something like that, but I'm not sure.
By the way, Marcel,
I can tell you that if I didn't already have such a long-standing precedent with my blog with actually the writing part.
Right.
I mean, not like I don't enjoy the writing, because I do, but I kind of love making the videos more. I don't know why.
I do too. I like making videos, but I do like to write. I don't think my blog's going to be about cooking.
Okay.
Or anything. I think my blog is going to be completely separate from my channel. I'm not sure yet.
Well, you can write anything you want. Just like on the channel, you can create categories in your blog, and you can have gardening, you can have crocheting, you can have and everything that you post on your channel. If you wanted, you could link it back through your blog like I do. But if I had started YouTubing before I started blogging, I would probably have a blog like everybody else where I just post pictures and the link to my video to send people back when they look for the recipe. But I've already got my audience with my blog.
Right,
so
right.
I do the whole thing, with the recipe cards and the links to Pinterest and all the things. And it does
Right.
get time consuming. But now that I've been involved with these ladies again, and they're keeping me busy with all these blogging events, and I just love them to death. They've kind of like wet my whistle a little bit again, and I'm kind of back in a groove with it.
Got a little more inspiration now.
Yeah, and
Yeah. It always helps, That's what happened to me. Back in January when I got sick. I had the plague back in January.
I think I did too.
And it caused me to lose all of my energy for like 4 to 6 weeks. I was out of it. I just couldn't function very well. I couldn't get up and do dishes. I couldn't go out and garden. And that's one of the reasons my garden was put in so late, was because I just didn't have any energy for it.
You were dragging butt.
I was bad. But the thing is, I didn't get super sick. I'm sorry, Gary, what's that?
That's all right. I'm about to hit the rack. My wife is in bed, and I'm normally in bed about this time anyhow.
She might come down and decide you need to go to bed, huh?
Well, I don't want to put her through that, because the last 2 times she got up 2 o'clock in the morning. I guess it was a couple days ago, and maybe 3 o'clock yesterday or something. And I hadn't been getting much sleep myself. So
right. Well, Gary, I've enjoyed having you on the live stream tonight, and I hope you come back.
Oh, I'm gonna come back and see, and maybe I'll get a chance to see Marcel's.
Oh yeah, subscribe to A Little Fish in the Kitchen. Put your link up there, Marcel.
Oh, I forget.
Were you on Tuber Chat earlier?
No.
Okay.
I used to go over there, probably about a year and a half ago. I visited there a few times. But I haven't been over there in a long, long time.
It just seems like I've heard that name recently, and I don't know. Do you do much in the way of go to some of the live streams, or is this kind of a?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I typically pop in here with Charlotte.
She makes the circuit though.
Yeah.
I do too. I bet it's gotten to where there's a certain number, and I've done a few live streams myself here recently. I've done 5 or 6, I guess, something like that. Not a whole lot. But I'm enjoying, going on and talking with folks, and apparently I do like to talk, which tends to work out, and I'll tell stories and what have you. But anyhow, I better get just on account of, I am plumb tuckered out right now, and my wife, I'm sure, is waiting on me. And,
all right, dearie. Well, you take care and have a wonderful Saturday when you wake up.
Good night.
That is my one.
And there is Marcel's channel down below on the chat.
All right.
If you want to subscribe to her channel, please do.
All right, and I will. But Marcel, I'm assuming at some point you may want to subscribe to mine. That's fine. Don't worry about doing it for at least a couple of days. I'll comment on one of you. I'll watch one of your videos and comment and like on it, and then you can just follow me back and watch something. I have been having the issue with YouTube yanking a lot of my subscribes away, and so now, granted, it's going to be a while before I get monetized. I'm only at about 700. I think since they dropped me down today, it's about 765. I was around 780 subscribers, but it'll be a little while before I get there. But you know, every subscriber counts.
It
And-
does. And Gary,
Yeah,
let me tell
Charlotte
you what,
Lane.
I just got monetized at the 1st of June after 2 years and 11 months of doing this.
It took me about 2 years to get, so a year and a half, 2 years to get monetized as well. Closer to 2 years.
Yeah.
I
I shot my first
totally get
video,
that.
I guess in 2020, but I only did it as try and keep up with the garden and what was happening in the garden. I only shot like 3 videos in 2020. And then I really, I guess 2021, I kind of started paying attention to it. And then I started doing some shorts and started doing 2 particular types of shorts, I guess. I did some $5 words, which are always kind of interesting. But, most of what I was putting on there was just these shorts about how to speak redneck.
Well, I think Charlotte and I would probably find that pretty amusing.
Well, you're welcome to go on there. I've got a slew of them. And I kind of like the $5 words too. Those are always funny to me.
What's that? What's a $5?
What is that?
I tell you what, I'll give you a couple of $5 words real quick.
Oh, Lord.
Sesquipedalian, calipigian, ameliorate, heuristic. I guess that's 4.
And I don't know what any of them mean.
Well, that's all right. I'll tell you real quick what they are too.
Okay.
Sesquipedalian is somebody who enjoys using $5 words.
Okay.
Calipigian is a person that has a very shapely buttocks.
Aha.
Oh.
Heuristic is a common sense solution to a problem. And what was that other one I used? Ameliorate means to make better.
It means to make what?
To make better.
Okay. Ameliorate.
Ameliorate. Ameliorate. AMELIORATE or something like that.
Ameliorate. Okay.
I've got a few $5 words on there. You might check them out and
Yeah.
see what those are about.
See, that's right up my alley. I love words in the English language.
I do
And
too. I mean, the fact is, that's what communication's all about. It's part of the issue that I have with some of this stuff. When people trying to change what a word means to mean something the opposite of what it actually means.
oh, you mean like woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. And I'm not trying to get into all that because
I'm not either.
all it's
I
going to do
just
is
had to say it.
Oh,
I wouldn't be me if I didn't say that.
Jared, can you?
Well, Gary, thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful evening.
thank you. I will, and y'all have a
Nice
blessed
to meet
night.
you, Gary.
It was good to meet you too, Marcel. I work with a fella named Marcel, but it's not without the E on the end of it.
Yeah.
And he's a lieutenant, up where I work.
Marcel, Udale.
Well, I have actually met more male Marcels than I have females. I've
Ah.
only met, I think in my life, I've only met 2 Marcels with the name spelled the same as mine. I mostly meet Marcellas or Maricelas or,
Yeah.
Marcy's and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When you said that, it sounded like you may have may know how to speak Spanish. Would that be accurate?
I can speak a little bit.
Un poquito.
Yeah, un poquito. But yo entiendo más que yo puedo hablar. I understand more than I can speak.
Yo entiendo. Yo hablo un poquito español. Cuando muchos años pasados estudió en México para un mes. I was studied down in Mexico for about a month, and I began dreaming in Spanish before I left, and it was really kind of cool. But
it really does affect you. Yeah, I studied when I was in school. I took a lot of Spanish in high school and in college, and then I actually lived in Puerto Rico for a while. I waited tables in Puerto Rico.
That's cool.
That it was cool. It was 6 months right after I graduated college. I got on a plane and took off. My parents were super pissed.
I bet they were.
But I had a great time, and I was 23, and it was awesome.
I believe it. It was a pleasure meeting you, Marcel, and obviously you as well. Charlotte and Poppy. And I hope I'll see y'all again. I got no
Good.
doubt that. And if y'all see one of my live, and I don't plan my live streams. I just do, I guess, what they call pop-up live streams.
Mhm,
Y'all come on. I got an open invitation for anybody to join the panel, and or just chat. You may not be in the mood to be seen. So
Right.
it don't matter to me. So,
Okay.
but holler back at some time, and I will see y'all when I see you. And God bless you. Y'all have a great weekend. All right.
Thanks,
too.
Gary. You too. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, what a nice guy.
You're a very nice gentleman. Very nice.
So
I
gonna go over
enjoyed that.
I'm going to go over to his channel now.
I did just a little bit ago. I subscribed and hit the bell.
You want to fudge a
Yeah,
bar?
and then I'll go back and comment to make sure it sticks.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you're still watching, Gary, I got you. I just subscribed. That way I can be around for your live streams because we all enjoy that.
Yes, we do, don't we?
Yes.
I hadn't seen Grumpus tonight. Have you heard from him?
I have not seen Grumpus, but I seen him on a couple of live streams during the week, and I think he stayed up pretty late on Tuesday. He got in there with a bunch of the oh gosh, where'd StreamYard go? There we are. Got onto a chat with a bunch of really inebriated barbecue channels.
Oh my.
Very lively chat, but they were in rare form, many of them, and they were a full panel. It was Dash from oh gosh, I can never remember his channel. He has like a super long channel name, but a pretty big barbecue channel. He's a caterer.
Oh, okay.
And then there was Joe there? I'm not even gonna remember who was there, but it was Grumpus, Dash, Josh, the cook from Cooking Cop and Babe.
Yeah.
He was on there. Who else is on there?
Grumpus might have had to recover a little bit.
They were crazy. Yeah, and they were up late. They were up really late.
Wow.
Yeah, Rob from Mr. Homeowner was there. But it was like 6 of them. It'll all come back to me. But they were bananas. Oh, Kent from Daddy Dutch. He and his wife were out on a campground. They're staying in a camper for like the rest of the summer.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody was just feeling really, really good. It was a very lively chat. And Rob kind of did what I did the other night, and he was like, I got to go to bed. And so he just left. He just muted himself and he left everybody on. And
they stayed on, huh?
Yeah, I don't know how long. I couldn't even hang, but they were on late.
That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, I hope he's doing all right.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm sorry, I got a mouthful of fudge sickle.
That's okay. That's okay.
Poppy's going to talk to you for a couple of minutes. I have to run to the ladies' room.
Okay.
Well, I guess in my house, it's not really a ladies' room, is it?
It's the head. Just call it the head.
I'm not calling it that.
It's the
It's
head.
the powder room.
A powder room, yeah.
We don't have any powder in there. It's the head.
So how's it going, Poppy? You surviving in the heat?
Yeah, but it's miserable out there for sure. Have to keep taking breaks and going inside.
Yeah. Evan, he's been coming home, and now he is not home right now. He's actually away on his military drill weekend. But he's just been coming home. He's been wiped out.
Oh.
Like Like he just comes, he literally came home, I think it was Monday evening, and he was like, "Hi family, I'm going to go lay down for 30 minutes." And he was just, we never saw him again. He was just not interested in eating or anything. He was just exhausted from the heat.
Yeah, I've been wanting cold dinners all week long, and tonight when I came home, I was working on a good migraine, so I just took some Imitrex and took a cold shower, laid down on the couch thinking that'll work, I'll feel better, and woke up at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Wow.
And I'm looking
Probably
around like,
just needed the rest.
oh yeah, it just drags it out of you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm not
It
even
really does.
out in the sun. Our shop is outside, so we've got our bay doors open on both sides and two big fans blowing, but when you're blowing around 100-degree air, it's still 100-degree air.
Yeah.
It wears you out. I get out and just run errands in the car. And, but you still feel the sun in the car, and then you're in and out. And then having my entourage with me full time right now, just being out and about for a couple hours, I get home, I'm wiped out.
Yeah, exhausted.
Yeah. But it's the heat. If I was doing the same thing and it was 50 degrees outside, I'd be like,
It'd be nothing, would it?
yeah.
No.
Yeah, I like it when it's cold in the shop. I could care less how cold it gets in the shop. I've got gloves. I've got Under Armour. I'm a happy camper if it's cold in the shop.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's what, because Evan's all about, I love this weather. I love summer. And I'm just like, you are not right in the head. But it's, he loves it. And I said, at least when it's cold outside, you can layer. You can only take so much off without getting yourself in trouble.
Right?
Right. I'm still kind of pissed off that women can't go around shirtless.
Well, that's, that is an American thing, because in Europe it's different. Now women aren't running around in Europe like downtown in the malls or in the supermarkets topless, but it's the time I spent overseas, there's a lot of sailboating going on in Sweden and things like that, and it's nothing amongst family and friends for women to sunbathe topless right there with everybody.
Right.
But they don't have the same stigma attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
Not everything.
Well, I don't even see what the difference is, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Well, everything's been so overly, sexualized.
Yes. Even little kids.
Yes.
Just so disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
It's just effed up.
But I don't know. But that movie was good. It was very entertaining. Very entertaining. It also makes you feel you feel a lot for him as a person when you realize some of the drama and stress he went through that maybe is not so well known.
Right.
But I'm not going to give any of it away because I want you to be able to see it. But,
I'm so excited.
Oh my God. Well, I think it was released today, wasn't it? Wasn't it released, or was it yesterday? That's what I told the kids. I said, this is the first time in my life I've ever seen a movie on the day it was released.
On the day it was released?
Yeah. And it was accidental. We actually showed up at the movie theater. We wanted to watch a totally different movie, but everything was sold out. And
but
so
not the Elvis movie? Man, if this was 30 years ago, Elvis would have been sold out for days.
Yeah.
Well, it was the regular showing at the regular. Okay. We went to a theater called Evo here. I don't know if you have it. I don't know which big movie house runs it, but it's a new one. And we drove quite a distance to go because we were being a little, what is that noise? But we were being a little picky, I guess. We went over there. We went over there as a treat a few weeks ago, and we really liked it because it was kind of like a draft house thing. You could sit down and call for service, and they bring you your food and your drinks, and we really enjoyed the heck out of that. So we drove back, and it's Friday night, so it was packed.
Yeah.
And, we hadn't made reservations. We hadn't pre-purchased our tickets, so we actually went to try to see the movie The Bad Guys. And then they didn't have that as a late showing. So then we were going to see Jurassic Park. And then the only showing they had for that was 9:00. And then they had Elvis in two theaters. And one was like what they called the E or something, but it was like the high definition, louder sound, this, that. And then there was the regular showing, which was a little bit less expensive. And
Mhm.
so that was showing, it wasn't starting till 9, but the one at 620 in the high definition theater had seats.
Oh,
And so
wow.
we
Okay.
drove all that way. I said, okay, we're doing it. Merry Christmas. Let's go sit down.
And you're glad you did it.
Yeah, I was like, I hope there's, and I literally posted on Facebook. I was like, I hope there's no naked ladies in this to make it weird, because I got my
Right.
kids.
Right.
You know, thinking about
Mhm.
Elvis, the ladies' man. But there was not. It was very classy. I can say that. If anybody's wondering if this movie's appropriate for kids, hardly any swearing. But like you said, when earlier, Elvis wasn't big on swearing.
He didn't like a lot of swearing.
And
Yeah.
but there are a few. He gets mad at some point. Some expletives get dropped, but
Mhm.
none of that. All the scenes with ladies.
No
and all that.
gratuitous swearing.
Thank you. Yes, and they kept it very classy, clean. You can tell it was driven by his family
Right.
in that respect, that wanted to keep it not raunchy
Right.
at all.
Right.
They wanted respectfully told.
I am so happy to hear that. I really am. I can't wait to see it. And isn't that his grandson that plays the Elvis part?
No,
Oh, I thought it
I don't think so. No, his grandson. Does he have more than one grandson?
his
one of
grandson
them
committed.
died. One
He
of them died.
unalived himself.
Yes. And but no, this is an actor who came from a different series. But boy, he really got it right. Like, there's a couple of scenes, the makeup and how he holds himself and everything, you couldn't really tell. And I will say, not too much of a spoiler alert, how they do it very often when these movies are biographical about famous people. Eventually, towards the end, they switch from footage from the actors to real footage of the real people.
Yeah.
That happens at the end, in the middle of a performance. And it took me a minute to realize they switched from the actor to Elvis.
Oh,
It was
wow.
that spot on. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I can't wait to see it. Austin Butler. Austin
yes.
Butler is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
I think
Interesting.
the director said he wanted to get somebody that a lot of people didn't already know and already have pre-thought of
Right.
how this guy should do it, but how that guy does it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Preconceived
Look,
ideas.
tonight when Poppy got home from work, well, for the past few nights, he's been wanting something cold for dinner. And tonight I threw together just a plain, simple chicken salad with
Mhm.
apples and walnuts and celery and onions and chicken and mayo and sour cream.
That's the
Crazy.
best.
This stuff is delicious.
It
I
is.
can't stop eating it. I
That's
can't.
Evan loves that too. Just chicken salad and tuna salad and all that. He loves that. You make a big tub of it. He can eat it for days.
Me too.
When I woke up, it was like 9 o'clock because I fell asleep probably around 5,
Yeah.
and I fell asleep on the couch after I got out of a cold shower, and I woke up at 9. I'm looking around. I'm like, it's 9 o'clock. There's no noise in my house. What's wrong? Brooke was asleep. Violet was in her bedroom hiding.
I was
She was
sleeping.
asleep. So I found a cold tater tots and a stale piece of bread, and then I found the salad and ate.
Stale piece of bread.
Yeah. You'd have toasted it, but didn't put nothing on it or eat it. So
You could have toasted another piece. It was
Well-
right out there.
I just retoasted it. I didn't want to waste it.
Look that way. Got a mark on your face. I don't know what it's from. Interesting. Now, look, stop moving your head. Okay. Odd. Did you scrape yourself or something?
Not that I know of.
Hmm.
You look.
Looks like a hickey. Who would put a hickey on somebody's face? Ugh. Yeah.
That's so funny.
No, it's the It looks just discolored right there. And
Maybe he ran into something.
maybe it's possible with the way he works. When he goes to work on something, he is only focused on what he's doing and nothing else. So he's constantly hurting himself. And this has been for 21 years that I've known him. I'm sure it was before that too. But that's what he does. He goes full blast into what he's doing. He doesn't pay attention to anything.
Megan, I see it, feel it. It feels different than the rest of the skin.
Does it? Oh, it kind of does.
Keep an eye on it for me.
Yeah, it's kind of greasy or I don't know.
Because it's right on my face.
Maybe
I
it's
know.
something. I don't know.
Well, the skin C word runs in my family, so I don't need any of that crap.
Oh, you definitely don't need any of that crap.
No.
Nope. Nope. I just watch it. Maybe you just brushed against something, or before you get up bed, try to use a little soap. Maybe you had some grease or something on your hands, so you got it on you.
Possibly.
I already took a shower this.
Interesting.
Does it look on the surface or below the surface?
Below. It almost looks like a bruise,
like a bruise that's coming up,
or a popped blood vessel or something.
Yeah, see, that's so funny. That's what I do. I'll take a picture and be like, so I can see it myself.
It looks like a popped blood vessel, or maybe spider veins, a collection of little spider veins.
Were you beating me in my sleep again?
I might have.
Did I say something stupid in my sleep? You're like, shut up!
I probably dreamed something and decided you needed retaliation.
It was my fault for you dreaming it? Okay.
Yeah.
Ow, right in the kisser.
Right in the kisser.
Well, sometimes she's a violent sleeper, so she'll flop around and her arms are like, she'll flog me in her sleep.
He's full of prunes.
So how did my nose explode that one time?
That was an episode. I'm going to sit here and lie and say I had a seizure.
I woke up to my nose going crunch and blood going everywhere and two black eyes.
I didn't mean to.
But apparently when she flops around in her sleep, her arms find my face.
You don't know how many times I've kept your elbow out of my nose.
Well, maybe I should have kept your fist off my nose.
It's a good thing that I have insomnia sometimes. I see that elbow coming, I'm like, whoa!
Evan is a blanket stealer. He's a cover stealer. And so that's my cat. If you hear the clicking or some noise, that's my cat.
Yeah,
he's found
Sounds like a bell.
Well, he's wearing a bell, but he finds the the Easter eggs, the plastic Easter eggs. He loves those. So my kids leave them in random places for him.
Oh, so he plays with them. Oh.
That's what you hear. He's literally like, he's got it right here. I hope that's what it is anyway. No, guys.
Yeah, I was still in the Navy when she did that to me on accident. And I get to work. My eyes are black. My nose is swollen. And my chief looks at me and goes, "What the hell happened to you?" I tell him a story about my wife in her sleep, punched me in the nose. And he goes, "She wasn't sleeping. You said something stupid." I'm like, "What do you mean?" He was
Wesley
like,
says, I ran into a door.
He goes, "I've been married long enough to know
Patrick.
that when a man says something stupid, his wife's going to get her back eventually."
Hey, Patrick. We're talking about that time Leslie said something stupid, apparently.
And she accidentally in her sleep punched me square in the nose and blacked my eyes.
Oh my gosh.
I was not conscious. Hey, cat.
The cat.
How are you doing tonight? My goodness, you're up late.
And Alex, I was glad to see Alex. He was in the chat apparently that live too. He said it was Grumpus, Rob, Kent, Michael.
Dutch.
I don't know Brisket Medic very well. That's why he wasn't coming back to me. But yeah, Josh from Josh and Babe. I did subscribe to him that night, but I need to go back and watch a video.
What is it?
The screen's getting dark.
Oh, sorry.
Well, that movie tonight when we were watching it, I've got the 9-year-old, right? And I'm realizing that my kids don't really know how to whisper. Like, I think it's a common issue with today's youth. And so we're sitting in the movie and, there's some of the segregation because Elvis was coming up right when segregation and
Right.
was a big deal.
Right.
And so there's some of that touches on. He apparently had a lot of friends in that community. He grew up in that community, and
Yeah.
So Emery looks over to me, and the way we sat, it was me, Jared, and then Emery's on the other side, which was the first mistake. I let her stay far over on that side, so she was
Right.
like, the movie started and they're going on and they're talking about segregation. They're showing some old political speeches, all this stuff. And then one person gets mad because Elvis seemed to be representing this other group of people and the way he moved and danced and all the things. And so Emery looks and she goes, Mom, why is it bad that he was acting black? And I was like,
Don't say that out loud.
Later. And then she says, like, later on, well, the 3 times I had to take her to the bathroom. Mom, I need to go to the bathroom. I was like, shh, whisper. Tell me. Throw a spitball or something. She was just like talking in a regular voice.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy. And then at one point she got a little bored and she like leaned the chair completely back and she poked her legs up and she was like, ding, like flexing.
Oh my God.
Put your legs down. And but it's so funny because they have the seats that can recline. But,
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, oh no, it was nice. We, but, yeah, but she's just funny. And then she says we're leaving, and she goes, "I can't believe they arrested Elvis for twerking."
For twerking.
And she goes, "Twerking's not illegal." And I
That
said,
is so funny.
I said, hold on, because it might be here for too long.
Yeah, here in a minute. You never know what's going to happen.
It might
do
be
you?
illegal again.
Bicycles might be illegal next.
Well, after what happened today, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd see that happen.
What happened today?
Well,
Well, the
that's a
Supreme
whole
Court
discussion.
overturned Roe v. Wade as far as a federal mandate. And now, for that thing to be legal,
Right.
you have to live in a state. The states are making the decision now. It's not a federal thing anymore.
Well, it's gonna. They don't even. Roe happened the year I was born, and so here I am at 50 years old, never not knowing
Life without
never not having the option to make a choice regarding my own personal health if I ever needed to.
Exactly.
But now my daughter's going to live in a different world where it's a lot more subjective and it's not just what she wants to do.
Right. There will be a man telling her what to do.
Well, it's going to be a lot worse than that because nobody that's living in this generation has any idea what it was like before that happened. And so
that's what I told my daughter today. I said, you don't understand, Violet. It's not just that it's going to be illegal in some states. It's that women are going to die.
Oh, yeah.
Children are going to die, and infanticide is going to increase, and a lot more babies in dumpsters that did come to full term that are unwanted, and a lot more of that type of stuff is going to increase, and women are going to die getting, procedures in back alley places because they can't afford to fly to Oregon to get one, and I felt so pushed back today, absolutely just pushed back, but it's not my
and now honestly I don't have a dog in this race, honestly, because
my reproductive days like that are over, right?
That's over for me, and I don't have to worry about that. But then I look at my daughter and think, what if she was in that situation today? Where would I take her? If that was her choice, where would I take her?
The next day we had
a long road trip.
Yeah,
it would be a long road trip because the closest Democratic state to us,
California.
I was thinking somewhere on the East Coast.
It's primarily the states that are leaving it absolutely open, like basically unchanged, are Oregon, Washington, California at the moment that I remember. But I could hardly watch it. My heart was so sick over it.
I was sick over it too. But and there's Bill Murray's coming up. Y'all, we are being graced with a celebrity tonight. Hello, Mr. Murray.
It's not Murray.
Well,
it's money.
Oh, money. I'm sorry. I completely screwed that up for you. I apologize.
Terrible.
Look, I'm half blind.
You mean blind drunk or blind?
No, just can't see worth a shit. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Did I say that?
Yeah, you said
that.
You did.
You got potty mouth.
Yes. Yes, you're turning into the rest of us.
I know. See the bad influence y'all are on me?
Yeah, as a church boy when you met me.
Pretty much.
Now look at me.
I know.
Filthy old
I'm
sailor.
having to fix my hair. I already need a haircut.
Where's I just wanted to ask Wesley how much do you pay for the haircut?
It was $20.
Yep.
Yeah.
You would never pay more than $20, would you, for a haircut?
Not if I didn't have to.
I go at this point, and I let them do highlights and color and everything. So I do pay quite a bit, more than $20 for a haircut, but not an unusual price for the service I go to get. Like it's standard,
right?
But for me, I don't know. I hate coloring my own hair. Like I hate it, and it's messy and it's stupid, and I hate it. And I always stain something like paint or shirts or my face or something dumb, and I hate it. So it's one thing. I'll do my own nails. I don't go blow money on that. I give myself manicures and pedicures, but I will let somebody do my hair.
I do her feet when she wants it done.
Oh,
she'll buy the scrubby stuff, and I'll scrub her feet and do her paint her toes.
Yeah, he gives me a whole foot treatment. It's great.
Wow, hey.
Well, it's great because first of all, I don't like people touching my feet at all. And he knows how to do it without getting kicked in the face.
Because I have been kicked in the face.
No, you haven't.
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Did I get you in the face?
The first time I was rubbing your feet, you're like, that feels good. Wrong spot.
Yeah, well, there's some ticklish spots on your feet.
Yeah. And I just don't care. And one thing I hate is whenever they're doing that scrapey thing, and they take too much skin off, and then your feet are raw for like 14 days afterwards. I'm like, no, stay the hell away from my feet. I'll get my husband to do it.
And I don't even use those scrubby things. I've got a bar of pumice, and she buys the stuff that has already got the pumice grit junk in it. And that's all I do. I don't do anything.
And they're smooth as a baby's fanny when he's done.
Yep.
Patrick, what's your pedicure regimen?
Baby's what?
Bum.
Arse.
I've said to you before, Wesley, and I'll say it in front of your wife, if you weren't married, I would be proposing, mate.
He tells us that.
There's nothing like a good pedicure.
I don't know. I've never had one.
He's so versatile, Patrick. It's crazy.
It sounds like you come in handy, Poppy. That's pretty nice.
He certainly does.
Once in a while.
Can do anything. Amazing.
Well, I figured he would be really good at painting toenails because he likes to paint models, and he does a real good job with all those little things. I'm thinking, oh, that's perfect. He could do my toenails, and it won't cost me $60 every trip.
Oh my God. I have some of the most hilarious photos when Jared was very little. I mean, like very little, like 2 years old. I've always liked to paint my nails and paint my toenails and things. And so when he was little, I would let him paint my toenails. And so I posted back in the day because, I've been on Facebook since like 2008, 2009 timeframe when he was very little. But I would post the pictures of my nightmare toenails on Facebook and be like, nails by Jared. And then one time he got a hold of this bright red nail polish that I had. and he had a brand new T-shirt. I got him at Target, and I left the room, painted my nails. I don't know what I went to go do, but I came back and it looked like a murder scene. Red nail polish on the coffee table, red nail polish all over his new clothes, red nail polish all over him. It stained his face. I was like, okay, that was bad. I never dreamed he'd get back into it, but he did.
And you're thinking to yourself, totally my fault, but good God.
Yeah, he had it everywhere.
Oh my. My boy, Logan, he's my oldest. And yeah, my oldest boy. And he used to cry because I would paint the girls. He was the youngest of the three kids, the first set of three kids that I had. And he was the baby. And I would paint the big girls' fingernails. They were maybe, let's see. Well, Erica is 5 years older than him, and Rachel is 17 months older than him. So whatever ages they were, 6 and 1 and whatever, and he was this baby walking around, and he would cry if I didn't paint his nails. So I would paint his nails, and then his father would come home from work and lose his, you know what,
Mind.
because why are you painting my boy's fingernails? I'm like, because he asked me to. He cried because I did. And he's like, I don't want you doing that. And I'm like, I don't care. He's 2. Shut up. You know?
Yeah, well, my sister.
And he would dress up in the girls' dresses and twirl around like he was the prettiest thing on the planet, and he was. Mm-hmm. He was absolutely the prettiest little thing.
Even did that in high school.
I dressed my younger brother up once and I had a yellow sundress. And Merrill was 2 years younger than me. He's ginormous. He's much larger than me now in our adult years. But I put a dress on him, and it was a 1970-ish like yellow dress. It had a like kind of little apron in the front, a couple patterns, puffy sleeves, all the things. And then I took barrettes and I put it in his hair, and he walked down. And I just remember my dad sitting at the table, and he was like, "What on earth did you do to my boy?" And there are pictures of it. My mom, they have pictures of it in an album. And I remember my dad finally came and he grabbed Merrill and he went and he changed him. He's like, "Don't be taking no damn pictures, saving this for
Those are blackmail pictures.
Right?
But
Every parent needs
well,
with his little and he's like,
back when my oldest girls were in high school, they had prom dresses that were left over from whatever season. And one Christmas, I guess it was about the year Erica graduated, because Logan was maybe in the 8th or 9th grade at the time. And they were like stair steps anyway. And so the girls got all dressed up. They decided they were dressing fancy for Christmas dinner. Okay. Well, he decided he was going to do it too. And I've got a picture of all 3 of those kids in prom dresses because Erica let Logan borrow one of her prom dresses. It's so funny because there he is. It's a strapless dress and he's got socks stuffed in for boobage.
Oh my gosh.
And he's sitting there doing like this to kiss his sister. And all you can see is armpit hairs.
Oh my God.
It was hilarious.
That is
that's
funny.
Just how my kids are. That's how they roll.
Weird, like your mama.
Okay.
Yeah.
I never thought that cross-dressing would be...
Mom, you're so weird. I'll be like, thank you for noticing.
Never thought what?
I never thought we'd be talking about men dressing in women's clothes on this channel.
Well, they weren't men. He was just a boy. He wasn't a man yet.
Well, pretty soon it'll get into, now that we all, because, next minute I'll be dressing up in women's clothes.
Well, maybe better than watch not Monty Python, the Lumberjack song. That's got a guy in it.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Yes.
Well, and Taz and his brother decided to dress in lingerie. That never happened. That never happened. But
what kind of beer?
It was hilarious. It was hilarious. I laughed until I nearly
Looks
Yeah.
good.
Oh,
Wakachungi.
yummy.
Oh, lager. Nice.
Wakachungi.
What'd you call me?
Wakachungi.
It's a New Zealand beer.
Oh,
Okay.
nice. So tell us
I've
what's
actually
the
done-
weather there in your fall weather so we can be jealous. 'Cause it's
Yeah,
not-
make us jealous about how cold it is outside.
It's not cold at all.
What?
What?
Like, what's the temperature?
Hang on, I'll tell you.
Okay.
It is 14 degrees.
Hey, Alexa.
Celsius?
Alexa,
Yes,
Oh.
yes.
what's 14 degrees Fahrenheit?
Here's something I found on the web. According to weatheratlas.com, swimming in 14 degrees Celsius, 57.2 degrees Fahrenheit. is
What?
considered life-threatening.
57.
We would love
Yeah.
57 degrees.
Bring it on.
It's horrible. Horrible.
What do you
It's
mean
wants it
horrible?
colder.
Today
You gotta be
outside, it was like 108 or 110. I forget which.
was insanely
It's
hot.
been 110 a couple of days this week. Every day this week outside with the humidity at 80+%. I mean, I'm in a shop with fans and shade, and inside the shop was high 90s.
This is like August weather already. It's
Yeah.
supposed
Yeah.
to be this miserable in August.
Right.
It's not supposed to be this bad yet.
Not yet. Well, it's supposed to
What?
cool off next week to the high 80s,
Looking forward to that.
which
We're
is like,
supposed to
I
be-
think that's low 30s for you guys.
Do you know if money was no object, I would spend 6 months of the year avoiding summer. I'd just go up north for the winter.
Me
south,
too.
Me
Do
too.
that. And never, because I hate the summer. And the further north, the better.
Yeah.
All the bugs. Right now, we're having ants are going crazy everywhere because it's dry. They're all out looking for
Yeah.
water.
Mm-hmm.
Going crazy.
But this dry, sunny weather has not killed the dollarweed in my garden yet. And I'm a little disappointed with that because dollarweed usually likes to grow where it's very moist.
Yeah.
And I haven't watered the garden since we pulled everything out last week. So that soil is like,
Dust.
yeah, it's bad.
But it's got 80% humidity that's pulling out of the air.
I know.
I'm scared
Now,
to see our
Bowser-
water bill this month. Between the pool, we set up the pool, and then I have been watering the garden, but I fill up this big, like watering can to do that. I do it twice a day, and then I did go out or just around the house and watered the grass. I watered the grass we planted in Rex's pen to keep it soft in there for him
Uh-huh.
because it was all starting to look a little desperate.
Yeah.
It was very crunchy outside.
Yeah.
I can't wait to take a picture of my zinnias and post it tomorrow because you would not believe it. They're just brown. The flowers, the leaves, the stems, completely brown. Everything. I've never seen anything like it.
Wow.
And I know nobody's going to believe me until I put a picture up there and, there is no color at all in that whole bed.
That's so weird.
It is weird. And I watered it every single day. And Poppy even watered a bit this past week too. So I don't know. I don't know if it has a disease or if the heat just killed it.
Oh.
Well, the heat would kill me. That's for sure. The
How was
humidity
your
would
work
kill me.
week, Patrick?
It was okay. It was just pretty busy. We can't get staff. So we
Like, what are you having
Oh.
trouble getting? Like cleaning, like the supplies?
no staff workers.
Oh,
people.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought you said stuff.
Staff.
Um,
Staff.
You
Yeah.
can't get staff.
People at work.
See,
Sometimes you get people that'll work, but then you look at their resumes and you're like, no.
I'd
I
take
think they're
anyone.
past
Look,
that point.
my criteria, because I do the the hiring. I hire them and fire them. Well, I don't. I get the boss to fire them. I don't like that part, but I like to hire them. My only criteria is if they can stand upright
And they breathe.
walk, and and preferably if they have teeth. Teeth's a good indication. If they don't have teeth, it's usually that means they're a drug addict or something.
Right.
But if they can if they can speak English, that's a good one. Apart from that, I could care less. They could be at the hunchback. They could have two heads. I don't care.
Yeah.
Never had someone with two heads, but I would take them.
I wouldn't be able to hire somebody with two heads because I wouldn't be able to stop staring at them, and it would make them very uncomfortable, I'm sure.
Yeah, but you see, I'm a bit more.
Are you more discreet?
I wear sunglasses a lot, so they can't tell that I'm staring at.
Well, now I could do that,
That's
but
a good idea.
I would be a starer. Oh my God, what the f- is wrong with you? You know?
No. We don't discriminate.
I'm not trying to discriminate. That's the serious WTF moment.
Yeah, you got two heads or extra arms or.
You know, like those conjoined twins, the ones that have two heads.
Yes.
I can't look at them because I'm like, oh my God.
I feel for them, but they seem to be doing okay. I heard they got married.
How does that even happen? They share a body.
To two different men. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Maybe I'm
It's
thinking of
just
something else.
ew.
But,
Charlotte, it's all part of life's rich tapestry, Charlotte.
Apparently it is, but
There's all sorts of things that go on out there, and some of them go on this channel,
no, they don't. Well, sometimes.
especially, after a few beverages. But
Yeah.
anyway,
I
we
think
can't
it's more
get
like
started.
you know what, Patrick? She told a story a little while ago about a quail that I had never heard before, and I was just in chat. I wasn't up here yet, but she told it, and I was like, what? Have you heard the quail story?
No, I'm intrigued.
Oh, well, Patrick's not heard this one either.
And you want
I
me to
love
tell it
quail.
again?
Well,
It was one of my first times ever dispatching quail so I could eat it. And I had a half a dozen of them in my cage, and I brought them in the house to take care of business. And I heard that you have to stun them. It's more humane to hit them in the head and then cut their head off so that they don't know it's coming or something. I don't know. So I did what the video showed me to do, and I hit its head on the counter, but it didn't phase it, and it looked up at me like it wanted to call me the B word. And I'm like, oh, that didn't work out very well. And Poppy's standing there next to me, and I said, okay, I got to hit it harder. And I took it, and I went, whack! And the quail head went flying across the kitchen.
Just the head.
And I'm screaming bloody murder. Oh, my God!
Yeah, you would have created a vegetarian right here.
But then we started laughing so hard we nearly peed ourselves because it was insane. And then, of course, after that, I continued my job and did it right the rest of the time. But after that, I didn't slam their head on the counter. I just used a really sharp knife. I just, done. It was bad. It was bad.
Yeah. And they're like tiny, aren't they? Tiny.
They are. They're small. I mean, they fit in your hand.
You need to make like a miniature guillotine.
Yeah.
Very uncomfortable talking about this on YouTube.
Well, what did you do with them?
We ate them.
Yeah, how? What did you cook?
Oh, I floured them. What I did was I cut each quail in half down the backbone. I cut the backbone out.
Yep.
And so they laid flat, and I floured them, salt and pepper, a little bit of garlic, and I fried them and then I made gravy with the thing, and I simmered them in the gravy for a little bit while the rice was cooking, and we had them like that. It was delicious, absolutely delicious.
The only time I've ever had,
Kat said, "I don't think I've ever been that hungry."
the only time I've ever had quail was at a Middle Eastern restaurant, and they just barbecue them over charcoal, and it was
Okay.
I must
bet
have
it's
they
still-
brought them out. I must have eaten about 10 of them. I just
Yeah, they are so good. That to me, that is my favorite poultry. I love it.
haven't had one in a really long time.
oh, they're delicious. I mean, they're
They
just like
really are.
miniature chickens, really. So,
Mhm.
but that's. I mean, I haven't had them any other way. It's just very simple, but they were so delicious.
Yeah, it sounds like it.
Quail's good too, though.
What?
Quail.
That's what we're talking about.
I mean, pheasant.
Pheasant. I've never had.
I've
Pheasant.
never had pheasant.
Have you had duck?
Yes, love it.
I've never had duck.
Duck is meh.
Oh, Marcel, you got to try it.
You do. It's delicious. One thing that I wish that we could get here, we can get a whole duck here, but we can't get duck breasts like filleted off the bone or anything.
Oh,
At
really?
least I haven't been able to find it, except for ordering it online for an exorbitant amount of money. And I'm not doing that. I'm not spending $100 on 4 little duck breasts, you know?
Yeah, no.
I think I've seen duck frozen in like the meat section at our apartment, our store.
Mm-hmm.
But I just hadn't. I don't know. I need to pick it up. It's just not. I didn't grow up on duck at all. I'm definitely chicken and fish kind of girl.
Well, when you do, you roast that. You thaw that duck out, and you put it in you pat it dry and all that, and put it in the fridge overnight to dry the skin out.
Yes.
And then you just roast it like a chicken, but it'll take quite a bit longer to render all the fat out, and then you save that duck fat.
Ooh.
And you make duck fat potatoes. My
Ooh.
God, you have not lived until you've had roast potatoes in duck fat.
Oh, that sounds so good.
I am telling you, there's something about duck fat that will change your life once you've had it.
Man.
I will have to try. I'll have a look.
So
That's
good.
so exciting. I wonder if the kids will eat it.
Of course they will. Just
Tell
put
them
some
it's
vegetables
chicken. They'll never know the difference.
No, tell them everything's chicken.
Yeah. No, they'll love it. There's no duck is delicious, but if you don't, you've got to cook it because you'd be amazed how much fat. It's like enormous. It's just but that's what makes the skin so. When you roast it, the skin goes so crisp. It's like crackling on pork.
Yeah,
you know?
on a pork.
Like
Yeah.
that. Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to cook them on a rack so all the fat out of them. Because if you cook it in the fat,
no good.
Well,
It gets a little rubbery if you cook it in the fat.
I don't like the flavor.
And
of it in fat.
Yeah, I don't care for it like that either.
Kind of like.
No, you got to. I've done a few.
You got to get it up off the bottom.
In a rack. On a rack.
Roast it sitting on a rack.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Or an open spit. If you have an open spit, you could do that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to catch the.
Oh, y'all. We should get Grumpus to do a duck on his rotisserie thing.
That would be a good idea.
I've actually cooked duck like that, but you've got to make sure that you have a tray for the fat. Because if you let the fat, you'll just have a
Well, that's true. Yeah.
Fire, you'll have the fat into the fire, and it'll just explode. So
yeah.
There's so much in your normal duck. It's just incredible the amount of fat, but you only need a little bit, and you put it on the spuds and you roast them, and it's crunchy and oh god,
Dang, I'm gonna get all hungry.
I was just about to say he's making me hungry.
Well, I've done a few duck videos, and because there's a company here called Love a Duck, and they do all the pre-packaged duck breasts and things like that. I've actually just bought some in the fridge. I'll show you when I'm going to go and make a drink. I'll show you what I've got.
I'll be right back. I'm taking an intermission too. I'll be right back.
Okie doke.
Keep talking. I can hear you.
Oh, a smoked duck. Alex, that sounds so good. So stinking good. I Duck and quail are my two favorite poultries, I think.
Yeah.
I could do without chicken all day long. Of course, I eat it, but it's not my favorite. Back a little bit. Down here. Rub my back.
Rub your back.
Yeah, rub my back.
Over here.
All right. Don't get too crazy. This might be not fit for YouTube.
I'm rubbing your back.
Other side. Oh. Nope, it's not my kidney.
We're gonna pillow for your butt.
Yeah, would you please?
What is going on over there?
He's rubbing my back. My back's been giving me a fit all week. I don't know what I've done to it. But ouch. Just a little ouch.
It's not good.
Yeah, well.
Is he a good back massager as well? Oh. See,
Well,
I'm really good at that.
Not as good as I wish he was, but
I'm really good at it.
are you? Ooh.
Nothing else. That's the only thing I'm good at.
That's the only thing you're good at?
Yeah.
Oh, that's better. He's a great pillow fetcher, though.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that. Yeah.
Did you see my butternut squash? It's a mini.
I did.
It's a little miniature.
Yeah,
Isn't it adorable?
Now you had those, and you had the cantaloupe.
The cantaloupe. Yeah. And I actually have a birdhouse gourd growing on the trellis, and I forgot to show that in my video, but it's on the back side of the trellis, and it's kind of miniature too. Nothing has grown as big as it should. I'm not even sure that these are edible, but we will find out eventually.
Well, really? You're not?
Well, I don't know why they wouldn't be. They're just small versions of themselves. So,
right.
And they basically fell off by themselves. So,
I reckon they would be.
That's what I'm thinking too. But I think this weekend I'm going to plant another tote, or the grow bag. I'm going to replant it and hopefully get some more by the end of summer. Hopefully. Because I have plenty of days left in the season. Plenty. Oh, yeah. See, that's still...
Look at this.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's already ready made. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So what are you going to do with that?
What you going to
do? This company here, Love a Duck, I've done a few videos on their stuff because they do all different sorts of products, and but this was half price, so I bought it, and it's just in like an Asian style, Peking sauce, and you heat it up and eat it however you like.
Sounds delicious.
You're going to make a sandwich, a delicious sandwich.
Okay.
You're the no. I'm saying. Like you're the king of sandwiches. No, you make such great sandwiches.
Isn't that the
I
truth?
do make a good sandwich. I do actually. It's
Beautiful.
It's one thing I do. Yeah. Nothing else. I'm no good at it. That and back rubs. Back
give me a finger.
What about pedicures?
No, I suck at that. But have any of you there ever had Peking duck at a proper Chinese restaurant in the pancakes?
Unfortunately, I have not, but I've always wanted to try them.
My God, if you ever get a chance, it is because what they do in a proper restaurant, what they do is that you can order like a whole duck, and they bring it out and they carve it up at the table for you. So they slice it all up, get it ready, and then you have a little bit, these tiny little pancakes. They're wafer thin. They're like sort of very thin, and then you put a bit of the sauce on it and a bit of cucumber and a bit of scallion and stuff, and you just eat it, and you could just eat them all night. It's just it's delicious.
Guess what that is?
Wallaby?
It looks like dog food, doesn't it?
No, don't taste like dog.
Wallaby.
This is a shredded, already cooked corned beef.
Ooh, yummy.
Mmm.
Are you gonna make some hash?
No, I'm gonna make some real Reubens.
Nope.
Ooh, those
Oh,
are good. Yeah.
That's my
so good.
favorite sandwich in the whole world. I have rye bread. I have the Thousand Island. I have the sauerkraut and the
Oh,
Swiss cheese.
It's
And I
so
got
good.
the
Yeah.
swirl bread.
That's one of my favorites too.
It is my absolute favorite sandwich in the world.
I made a
There's
low
nothing-
carb Reuben casserole at the old house before we moved, and it was pretty good.
It
I think
sounds
I remember that.
It was basically just the Reuben stuffing with no bread, but you bake
Oh,
it in
gotcha.
a casserole dish. You layer it and bake it
Oh,
in a
yeah.
dish. Oh, it was so good.
Oh God, maybe I should.
Mm.
Eat
Oh
the
no,
bread.
I'm gonna do the same.
Make a Cuban. Those are yummy too.
Oh, Cubans. Oh,
I love those.
oh, yeah. Two of the best.
I'm excited
Two of the
about the sandwich.
Maybe we should do a classic hot sandwich collab.
Ooh.
I think,
Good
but we
idea.
have to do it random. Like we could somehow, like I could get a kid to put names of classic sandwiches in a hat and like assign one to each of us.
Good
Okay,
idea.
that is a great idea.
Yeah, because it's coming up tomorrow. I'm part of a collaboration with the channel What's Cooking at Mom's Kitchen. Maybe y'all are familiar with her, but she contacted me asking me to make a Filipino dish. And there's a few other channels participating in this. And so I made a video today. I have to get up early in the morning. Well, it is early morning, but I have to get up in a little while and edit it. And the movie was so long tonight, I didn't get back in time for it to be cooled and be able to make my pictures.
Right.
So I need those. But anyhow, I had never cooked any Filipino food really. And we go to a Filipino restaurant sometimes. There's this delicious caramel rice pudding that I always eat as a dessert. It's called Biko, B-I-K-O. And so I did my research, and that's what I made. And and so it's done, but I don't have my pictures done. So it's been covered, and my teenager has been hovering around it. And I said, "You stick your fork in that, and you're going to be harmed."
Oh, like that video I hosed up of yours?
Yeah.
Do either of you follow Stephanie's channel, the Ginger Snap Kitchen?
Yeah, I do.
Have you seen her latest one? It was a sandwich.
No.
It's unbelievable. So she did a Korean breakfast sandwich.
She's been doing
Korean
some Asian
thing.
food too, and she did that beef bulgogi. That
She's
that looked
been
like
on
but it looked delicious.
been on a Korean thing.
Um,
This sandwich looks sensational.
She's putting
I'll
a video. She's putting a video up for this collaboration tomorrow too.
Oh, is she?
Oh, is she? Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's Karen too. Karen's going to
Karen.
be there. I'm going to be there. Mom's Kitchen, Aji from Sandy from My Aji's Kitchen. There's quite a few, and then there are several channels that are new to me. I'll have to go check them out. I'm looking forward to it.
Mm.
I know it's not going to dry, Wesley. I know.
A classic
What's the matter? Did I
sandwich.
almost pop you in the head with it?
No, you're not gonna be right there.
So
Face it.
we should make a list. Like, what would be like, Patrick? I know you've got several sandwiches on your channel. What would be?
What about a Monte Cristo?
Oh, I'm
Yes.
having a year.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Well,
That sounds
in
delicious.
the
I used to work at
fried
a
peanut
restaurant.
butter and banana. I saw the Elvis movie tonight.
Oh, you did, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, it was so good.
Was it good?
Oh my god, so good.
He's an Australian, you know. The guy
The
that plays
movie
Elvis.
told
is
this
an
The
story.
guy
Aussie.
that plays Elvis is.
Is that all right? It's okay.
I'm thinking, well, here's what I was thinking when you said he's an Australian, you know. I was thinking, how cool would it be to go to Tupelo, Mississippi, where he was born, and say, y'all know Elvis is an Australian, right?
They'll stone you.
They probably would. They probably stone me out of the whole town.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
it was
you wouldn't
so
say that.
good. and I had the kids with me, and it was just me and the kids. But we went to the theater to see a different movie, and that didn't work out. And so Elvis was available at the time. We weren't going to have to wait too late to see it, and so I just took a roll of the dice. I was really afraid that it was going to have, naked ladies and swearing because the rock star lifestyle and all the stuff. And so that's why I actually posted it on Facebook. I was like, here with the babies to see the Elvis movie. Please God, don't let there be naked ladies and make this weird. But I like, it did not. It was actually shockingly
tame,
really classy, really well done, very minimal swearing. There were some scenes where, subtly suggestive, no nudity, no crazy lingerie, nothing crazy, nothing that made me feel like I need to go to M and go like this at all.
Right.
Well,
some drug use. I say drug use. I'm not going to give any spoilers away, but you already know. I'm not telling you anything about the rock star lifestyle you don't already know. But very done in a classy way. None of that was overstated to the point that I felt like I needed to, tell my child to turn her head or anything,
Well, the director is an Australian as well. So
I did not know that.
Wow.
They're all Australians. You see, when we put our heads together, except for when I do cooking, most of the time we get it right,
That's right.
See?
I'm wondering, Patrick, how far away from your house was that American grocery store? Because you said it was in Victoria, but I don't know where that is. Is that in the same state or province or whatever that you live in?
Yes, Charlotte.
It is? Wait a minute.
Yes.
Melbourne is a city. In this,
Melbourne.
you live in Victoria, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, and okay, I got this.
Yes,
I got
I
this.
do.
I'm sorry, I'm so ignorant
No.
when it comes to Australian geography.
No, you're doing well. You're doing better than most people.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so, but how far away was that from where you live?
I reckon, what do you think would be if you did a random, went around and asked people, name one state or in Australia, give me the name of one state. How many people would even be able to answer that?
Oh, you mean asking an American?
Yeah, be very few.
Nobody would know. They'd all say Sydney.
Well,
yeah.
Sydney's not a state.
I know,
I
but that's
know
what they would
cities.
say.
I know cities, but I wouldn't know. I don't think I don't know your states. Like Canberra or how do you say it? Canberra?
Yes, Canberra. Well, Canberra.
Canberra.
Yeah, Canberra. Yeah, so
That's
you'll
where that little
probably
girl
say.
was missing, isn't it?
I don't know if that's where it was.
I thought that's where it was. The one,
so.
the creepy guy with all the dolls kidnapped her.
No, I think that was in another state.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I thought you were talking about the one with the dingo ate her.
Dingo, that was up in Alice Springs.
The dingo ate my baby.
I don't know why that statement makes me laugh so hard.
Well, you all know at least the name of one state, which is where I live.
Victoria.
And you know where Daz lives. He lives in
Yes,
Tasmania.
that's Tasmania.
That's a state.
Okay.
It certainly is. Yeah. And
Yeah,
so
but isn't
Victoria-
Tasmania in New Zealand? No, it's not.
You're not being serious, are you?
Isn't it souther than you on an island?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
see, I didn't realize it was a
part
state.
of Australia.
I didn't know it was a state of
It is.
Australia.
Yes.
I
it is
didn't know
Australia.
that. No, I didn't know that.
I thought it was its own thing.
That's what I thought too. That it was its own little thing.
I bet
You know.
Wesley knew that. You knew that, didn't you, Wesley?
Yeah, we drove right by it. It said so right on the map.
You drove right by it.
Drove the submarine.
Charlotte, read
Yes,
the comments. Read the comments.
Oh, holy! But no, no, Taz, I'm sorry.
Mate,
All right, Charlotte, you and
I hope you did. Did he hear? I hope he didn't hear the bit where you said it.
I
Isn't
think
that
he did. He said he's unsubbing.
No, but did he hear the bit where he said he was in New Zealand? I mean,
I think that's what he's reacting to.
well,
but we're not.
I don't blame you. I don't blame
You
him.
might need to do some geography.
But look, I'm going to brush up on my Australian geography.
Let's have
And
a
the
mini
next time we have
class.
this conversation, I'm going to be a little more knowledgeable.
But then, you know, like if we were to ask Australians to talk about, you know, like
North Dakota.
Yeah, like do y'all know all 50 American states?
I know quite a few of them.
See,
Yeah, but
read that
see,
more.
like,
That way they
but
know.
we wouldn't. I don't know the
But there's only
Australians.
six. We've only got five actually, and one of them's a territory. So there's 5+1 in the countries. It's
Well,
basically the same size as
Tasmania
yours.
is a state, an island state in Australia.
Yeah.
And it's located 240 kilometers to the south of the Australian mainland.
Well, that would
Separated from it by the Bass Strait.
that's like Hawaii to us. They're like our island state.
Yes.
Hold on. I'm gonna
That'd be like me saying, "Oh, but in Hawaii."
Like melting into my chair.
Oh, I just
Hawaii.
learned something. Tasmania is the 26th largest island in the world.
There you go.
And
The surrounding 1,000 islands. But
Okay, I turned a fan on. Does it sound like a helicopter's landing in my living room?
Yes.
no, not at all.
Okay.
But a really small.
And it takes 24 hours and 25 minutes to get to Tasmania
from here.
That's a long flight. I'd lose my
Multiple flights.
my mind on that flight.
It'd take a couple days.
Where is Hobart?
Hobart is the southernmost part. That's the capital
of Tasmania.
Yes. And that's south of Tasdaz lives probably by car be about half an hour away. 40 minutes.
Alex says North Dakota is the best state apparently. I've never been there. I wish I could go. Can we go to North Dakota?
Sure. I want to go to Port Arthur.
My sister-in-law recently moved back home from South Dakota. Her husband got stationed there with the military, and she said South Dakota was absolutely beautiful.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
What is Freycinet National Park?
Yeah, it's beautiful. That's on the east coast.
That looks beautiful. I'm looking at it. It's gorgeous.
Been there,
And look at that beautiful lagoon.
That reminds me of the Punch Bowl, not the Punch Bowl, but
if you Google Bicheno, 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 that's where I used to stay every time we went there. Used to stay there all the time. It's beautiful. Bicheno.
Oh.
And there's lots on the east coast. There's lots of little like towns and communities there. It's just all unbelievable. And the west coast.
There's a blowhole.
Yes, there is actually. Yeah.
Oh wow.
And on the west coast of Tassie, it's mostly all national park, just all sort of nature. Very few people living on the west coast, but there is a little town called Strawn, and that's beautiful over there. And they do you might never heard of the Gordon River, but it's a massive. It's just unbelievable, and you can do a cruise along the Gordon River.
Oh.
Because it was a big thing back here in the I think it was in the 1970s where they wanted to make a dam out of the Gordon River, and people protested. It was a huge deal, and they saved it so that now it's just nature. And you go on this river cruise. It's the spiritual. I've done it 3 times.
Oh, wow.
But Tassie is where I want to retire. It's you know how when you go somewhere, because the first time I went there, I got off the well, whatever it was, the boat or the plane. I think it was the boat the first time. But just something happened to I just felt like this is home, you know.
Yeah, that's how I felt the first
that.
time I went to the Florida Keys. I completely understand that.
There you go. Never felt that anywhere else.
Yeah.
So
Alex said if we come in January, he'll take us ice fishing in North Dakota.
I'm all over that. I'll do it.
Well, oh, Taz, thank you so much. You and your guys' accents and pronunciations.
We're doing our best.
I'm trying so hard.
They're doing very well.
Thank you, Taz.
By the way, Charlotte, Taz has mentioned that Mrs. Taz Daz really loves your accent.
Aww.
Because you do have a
Taz Daz.
If you
That's so nice. I don't have an accent though.
Yeah, you don't.
No,
Yeah, you do.
Like your daughter saying, I don't have an accent.
I don't sound like that.
No, when Violet says it though.
Don't you dare compare me to them Beverly Hillbillies. Ding 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 ding.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Or those hillbillies in Deliverance.
Got a pretty mouth, boy.
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Oh, I love that movie. Not
Hate that
because of that
movie.
scene.
I can't watch that movie. So what is PTD? What is PTD be saying something if ever heard this?
His dearly departed father.
Oh, that's. I'm sorry. I didn't put 2 and 2 together. I'm sorry. Papa Taz be saying. I'm so glad he can't hear me butchering it.
Oh.
I really am. I'm glad that he can't hear me butchering this language. But you know, you guys had the language first, I guess. Actually, both of our countries bastardized the English language.
Talking about messing up the Queen's English. You want to hear
Yeah.
what Violet's trying to learn next?
What is she wanting to learn now?
Gaelic.
Oh, for the love of Pete. For what purpose?
Same purpose as Norwegian. Just because.
Oh, he's having a good laugh right now.
Shoot.
I sure hope so,
I'm
Taz.
sure, yeah.
Well, I hate to tell you, but if you don't already know, apparently tomorrow night is going to be another Taz Daz and Rolfus live stream. You know, the guy.
Shut up! Are you kidding me?
His brother with the lingerie and all that, you know.
Oh my goodness.
I'm gonna
that
watch
was-
that. I'm gonna be there for that.
I doubt it will be silly, but you never know with those two. You just don't know. Could anything
Not a
happen.
chance of it being silly.
Come here, give your little
No,
side.
no way.
Let me
Nothing
see.
silly.
No, come here, come back.
We speak Bogan.
Come here.
What is Bogan?
Bogan
Bogan?
is Bogan's like redneck.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's our sort of version.
Well,
of
you know
redneck.
what? That's interesting, Taz, because we speak redneck down here too.
Yeah. Down in the southern state.
Because you know,
This
you know
is
that's
Charlotte.
Marcel.
Look, my son wants to say hi. He's toying with the idea.
Ooh,
Girl,
Oh,
come here.
okay.
Come here.
the premiere of
Elvis would have hugged his mother.
yeah.
Take any inspiration from tonight's movie. Damn teenager.
Well,
Where is he? What's happening?
There goes your chance at having a rich and famous son.
I know. Yeah,
Oh,
but when
he won't be
yeah,
buying you any pink Cadillacs, will he?
yeah,
He's still very shy, is he? He's very shy.
He's just like he is somewhat.
He's
but
just a
not.
teenager.
I'm here. I know. He goes on. He talks video chat with his friends.
Of course.
Oh, come on.
I know.
What's wrong? Is he
You
afraid of us?
You want to come over and say hi. You're
He's
jealous
afraid.
because Emily gets on here.
Hello, Jared. Thank you, Taz. Thank you so much.
Can you at least say hi? Did you hear that?
No.
I said hi, Jared.
Hello.
Did you hear it?
How are you?
You got to speak up. Enunciate.
I want to know what your girlfriend looks like.
Oh, that got him. He was like, I don't have a girlfriend.
The Diablo Fund.
um,
Thank you so much, Taz Dad. I so much appreciate that.
aw.
The Diablo. Look, those chickens have not laid but 2 eggs all week long.
Are they just too hot?
Look, I don't know what's wrong with them.
I've Googled it.
They're
and-
defective.
No.
Period.
I've Googled it, and a lot of chickens say, up yours, I ain't doing nothing when it gets above 95 degrees.
And that could possibly be true. However, they stopped laying before it got to hell outside.
Well, I understand that, but if you also would read, chickens like laying between 75 and 85 degrees. Anything above 85 gets sketchy.
Well, guess what? Their
What?
sketchy behinds are going to go live somewhere else.
You're a dork.
Start
Maybe you
threatening
could,
going home with them
maybe you
again. I
could-
still love that story.
Maybe you could bash their heads on the kitchen table and
No, I
stuff.
will not do that to my chickens. Nope.
She
And I'll
talks
tell you
to
why.
them.
The reason I won't do that to these chickens, even though I despise them, is y'all got to see what Taz wrote that cracked me up.
Yes, I know. Yes. Well, he's right.
Yes. The reason that I won't dispatch these chickens, even though I hate them, is because I don't even want to be bothered with plucking their feathers. That's how much I hate them.
Oh,
Just peel them like a sock.
Well, you don't want chicken with no skin on it.
It'll be healthy.
No.
Fry it.
Boring.
Boring. Yeah.
Nuggets.
do your chickens have names?
Mm.
Audrey and the Heathers.
No, I couldn't do it if I named them.
Well, and I have Eliza. I'm keeping Eliza. She's the red one. I'm keeping her because she's the only one that's laying right now. The white one's name is Helen, and I might keep her. We'll see. We're just gonna have to see. But I'm gonna wait and find out when the big one, the other batch gets here. They're not gonna be here till the 3rd of August. I decided to postpone their delivery because we're going to be going out of town and we're not exactly sure what the date's going to be. So I want to make sure that we're here
Yeah.
so that nobody else has to take care of them while we're gone. I want
have
to
a
take care of them.
half-built chicken coop in the garage, and construction was stalled because we're going to be traveling some this summer, and even though they have chicks available in the feed stores and things right now, just can't take that on right now.
Right. It's better to get them when you're going to be there.
Yeah, to get them settled in.
Yes.
When, like, I know chickens have babies that hatch in the spring, but is there like another baby season for chickens, or is it just mostly in the spring and summer?
Well, it depends, and I'll get to that in a second. One second.
Okay.
Kat said she ordered some chickens a couple of weeks ago, but chickened out and canceled because she thinks that her neighbors would turn her in. And you know what, Kat, you might be right. I don't know if this has changed any time in the recent past, but I was just told not long ago that there is an ordinance now that allows a few chickens in our city. I don't know when that's changed, but you might want to call. Are you in, if you're in District 4, call that, the alderman and find out from him. Do not call City Hall, because then they'll flag your butt. And you don't want them to flag you saying, oh, let's see if this lady's got chickens. I don't know if they do that intentionally, but I do know that if your neighbor complains, then they'll make you get rid of them, because it happened to me. How many years ago? About 7?
Yeah.
About 7 years ago. And I had to move out of my house to be able to move here. Well, and that wasn't the reason we moved here. We sold our house to get out from under it. But when we came here, I knew it would be okay to have chickens. I talked to the neighbors. They were fine with it. And that's how it's been.
Well, that's
as long as neighbors within 300 feet. Good Lord, how do you get away? You can't get 300 feet away from people in this dang city.
So they basically say you can have chickens, but as long as your next door neighbor doesn't care.
Doesn't complain.
That's not right.
That's when you have decent neighbors, you bribe them with eggs, and I guess that's all you can really do.
Cat, when them neighbors get real good and hungry, I bet they wish they. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So you can't have chickens within 300 feet or whatever, but you can have a barking dog, a dog that barks.
Oh yeah, believe me.
Which is much worse than having chickens next door to you. Indeed,
it is, because chickens don't even. As long as you don't get a rooster, they don't even make any real noise.
Well, but I like the sound. The sound of them is gentle.
It's more pleasant.
Sort of soothing. It's not loud.
Yeah.
As you say, if you have a rooster, that's a different issue.
That is not even the issue in this town. The issue is property value. That's all they care about in this town. And they're afraid that if everybody gets a chicken coop in their backyard, property values are going to plummet, and they won't have their hoity-toity reputation that they've enjoyed for the past century.
Well, it seems like if everybody gets one, then it would be the status quo.
You would think. But Cat lives on the right side of the tracks. And I'll just say that. Me and Poppy live on the wrong side of the track.
My life right there.
I know, right? Who has neighbors within 300 feet? Oh, God.
Every damn buddy.
Taz, you're making me want to move really quick, because I would love to not have neighbors within 30 miles. But
Taz, he lives on a big property, doesn't he?
It looks like it from his videos.
Yeah. Yes, he does.
Is property very expensive there?
It's gotten expensive, but I think it'll come back down.
Come back down to normal.
Well, prices are going up, inflation and all that. And
yes.
Put up
7 acres. Rates, so. That's nice. That's perfect.
Oh, it is perfect. Yeah. Wow. See, I wish that.
And listen. And Taz he mows the whole thing himself.
Does he?
Well, he does your own turn.
He mows the lawn and does.
My dad mows all of his himself. He's got 22 acres in Georgia, and
I tell you,
in fact,
he chases the wallabies.
Does he really?
Oh my gosh!
Oh yeah, well, they're pests down there. They're just pests. They're like vermin. You know.
Hobart average price just hit 1 million AU dollars, which is about 660,000 Rs.
Holy crap!
That's insane.
Well, we can't afford that.
He has wallabies mowing the lawn.
That is so awesome.
1 million for like how much property?
Yeah, that's what I'm curious. Is it just like a home with a lot, or is that a lot of land?
Yes,
or
that's a standard house.
Like Taz in Tasmania, if like say you were shopping for a 5-acre farm, 5 acres, 5 raw acres, what might that go for?
Yes, mate.
Yes, mate.
Google it.
Mate. I'm not saying it right. I'm saying mate. Might. Make it sound kind of like might. Is that right?
Oh, no land, just a typical city house. Yeah.
Well, okay.
To be about that.
Kat said 7 acres to her sounds heavenly because she'd be happy with 1. You and me both, Kat. I would be happy with a 1/2 acre at this point.
Me too, because I wouldn't have to farm the whole damn thing, because I know my wife would make me do it.
I would make us
I'd be
farmers.
tilling the whole thing.
Yeah. We could rent a tiller and it would be done.
Yeah.
We could hire Aaron from the Boy Scouts.
That's more than
He's
here.
a
Right
Memphis.
now, 5 acres is going for probably about half that.
Yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah. Doofus.
That just hit me. I had no idea it was him.
Yep.
What happened?
Well, one of our Boy Scout leaders, well, he wasn't really a leader. He was more of a volunteer guy. He got COVID and passed away right at the beginning of the COVID thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it just dawned on me who it was, because I couldn't place who it was when he was telling me about it. And it just dawned on me who it was, and it was the guy that has the tractor that told me he would come till up my daughter's yard. And that's a damn shame, because damn it. I didn't know that. I didn't know it was him.
Yep.
You could have explained that a little better, Those pesky people. 5 acres in the country, about 300,000.
Yeah.
And then those pesky people from that big island called Australia has really driven the prices up.
Yep. I'm in Texas, Taz, and we're going through that right now. Everybody migrating to Texas have driven our property and property prices and everything
Through the roof.
The roof. Like in the last 3 years, they've doubled and tripled.
Prices have gone up here too, and I don't even know why. Who wants to move to Mississippi? Have you ever heard of droves of people moving to Mississippi?
Well,
No.
everybody's freaking out now, and everybody wants property. Nobody just wants a house with a little backyard. But the problem is that all these developers are coming in, and they're still buying the big farms, but then they're slapping up all these cookie cutter houses,
Right.
with a tenth of an acre and no yard, and everybody's on top of each other.
I couldn't live like that.
I couldn't. It's out of the question. I'm far too claustrophobic. Like, there's no way. No, but I could hardly.
Taz, that's exactly what happened to me when I got the plague. The tiredness was bad, really bad. I felt fine after 2 days. I had a little bit of a cough that lasted about a month, but it wasn't really bad at all. But that fatigue, oh my God, it nearly dragged me down.
Yeah. Mm-mm.
Yep. Yeah, I had that. That was bad. And I had heart palpitations as well.
Oh no.
Did you really?
Oh, yeah.
That's scary.
It goes on and on, just like it's only just now I'm starting to, this is a couple of months. So I think I might have had what they call long COVID.
Maybe.
Really?
Maybe.
Did you go? Can you get checked for that?
I didn't bother. I mean, it wasn't. I mean, what are they going to say? I mean, they can't really diagnose it. It's just you're not feeling. You just know you're not feeling yourself. It's a strange one because usually when you get sick like that, when you get over it, you move on. But
it's gone.
This thing lingers around, or it does.
Yeah,
it did with me anyway. Yeah. But then
you know what's crazy is I never lost my smell or taste.
Neither did I.
Never did.
So
but my daughter did.
Yeah, some people have different symptoms. Like I didn't have a cough or lose my sense of smell or taste.
Right.
But I had sort of like cold-like symptoms, and then just brain fog.
And then just wham, like a truck hit you. You couldn't get up.
I just couldn't think straight. Just
right.
Feeling like you were on drugs.
Mm-hmm. Slow.
I think we all passed COVID around in the very, very beginning. Back in 2020, my kids had spring break in March of 2020. And we went to Houston. We went to NASA. I posted a video about it back then.
Yeah.
But I was just getting over. I was the last of the 4 of us to come down with what we were calling a cold. And it started with Emery, who was a first grader at that time. And then Jared had it, and then Evan had it, and then I was the last one to catch it. And I was still getting over it when we went on that trip. And I lost my sense of taste and my sense of smell completely. And it was so aggravating. And I didn't think anything about it because COVID was a thing in Asia, but it wasn't quite here yet. The threat of it getting here was in the news constantly. But everybody, when we went out of town, everybody was like, just be careful, use hand sanitizer, wash your hands, blah, blah, blah. And if you know me, you know, when my kids are small, I have like, I carry hand sanitizer in a sling on my side, like, give me those suckers. And, yeah, but I had just gotten over that, and it was very aggravating because I was, you know, I cook, bake, all the things. I couldn't taste anything. I couldn't taste salt. My coffee tasted like warm water, and got a reflection from something that it was very extreme, and it took it about 10 days to come back to me.
Oh, wow.
And but when we were on that trip, when I made the video from NASA in Houston, I still felt like I was drinking hot water from my coffee. I could barely taste anything, and I had the stuffy nose. But this last time, I think we all passed it around one more time. I never lost my sense of taste, smell. I never even ran a fever.
Wow. Well, I had a fever for 2 days. But you know what? Now that you mentioned the taste thing, I didn't lose my taste, but everything tasted like dog crap. It was just, everything tasted bad to me.
Salty, right?
It was.
Now that you say that, when I think I had it this last time, I went through about a week where even my water tasted salty. Bring it on, Patrick.
Bring it. Bring it.
Honey,
Are you going to bed?
it's gone.
What is?
Coffee.
Oh, man. Give me another glass of wine then.
What happened?
We ran out of coffee. I said, well, bring me another bottle of wine then.
Oh, there you go.
Wine always works.
Well, normally you don't drink a lot of coffee, and we just polished off a half a pot.
Did we really?
Yeah.
That's odd for us.
No, it's not odd
Here.
for us. It's odd for you.
Open that, please. I have no strength in my hands. I've been crocheting a lot because I've got to finish the baby's blankets, and I'm also making a
shawl.
Like a shawl that my daughter-in-law can kind of throw over her when she's feeding the baby, so nobody can look at her.
Was that the one you started, the project you started a little while ago that had the different colors of purple?
No, I'll show you.
But well, that's been a while ago. I'm sure you finished that one.
Oh yeah, that was my shawl. I made that for me. Yeah.
It was like it had purple and yellow, I think. Uh-oh.
She's always making something.
That's amazing. I'd love to learn to do that. I have so much fabric back there for pillowcases. I need to sew. And now that we're finally settled in here this summer, at some point I'm going to get set up and get back to my sewing. I love making pillowcases. Like, I love it.
Pillowcases?
Pillowcases. Yep. My kids have several of them, and they change them out. My son, who wouldn't come hug me, has one that he only likes to sleep with, a pillowcase that I made for him. He calls it his favorite. It was the first pillowcase I ever made about 3 years ago. And he has it, and he won't give it up. And he literally goes, and if we are going to freshen up his bedding, he'll take it and he'll wash it. And that's the only pillowcase he wants. The one I made for him. And that's an amazing feeling to have.
Yeah, it is.
What is?
To have someone make something for you that loves you, and that person
yeah.
sees it and they love it back. And
That's why I don't sell my stuff much.
And I've been asking for a blanket from my wife that crochets wonderfully for 21 years and have received nothing.
Well, that's how much I've got done so far.
Oh no, she's so talented with the crocheting. It's amazing.
But
yeah.
That's the colors.
I'm still waiting for my blanket or throw.
And this is so soft. It is unbelievably soft, and I love the drape of this particular type of yarn. This is one of the yarns that I got from Denmark.
Yeah, you were showing those the last time. They were so pretty.
Yeah, it was a mystery bag, and all I knew was that it was going to be cakes of 100% cotton. That's all I knew. I didn't know what colors they were sending or anything. But
does Taz want to come up?
He can.
You want to come up?
Look, he's very shy in real life.
Oh, he is not.
On the show, on his videos, he seems very sort of
reserved.
He's very shy. Very shy.
Yeah, I'm
Anyway.
not seeing that.
Here you go, mate. Look at
Just
this.
scroll way backwards to get a link.
Oh, let me put a link up for you.
Hooters.
Patrick, I looked at that and I swear, I thought it said Hooters breast breading.
Oh my goodness!
I had to
Marcel,
lean in and be like, "What?"
I think you were sort of hoping that it said that, weren't you?
That's right.
But no.
Wing breading.
And it says here, mate, it says try it on shrimp, fish, veggies, and more. And I'm thinking, how about a Hooters Stromming video? Hey?
No.
You could open that tin of fish, and you could deep fry them in this.
Don't waste the breading.
Oh, Patrick, that's so wrong. That's so wrong.
Strumming is not worth the time here.
On every level. We should start one called Boobies.
Boobies. No, we shouldn't. No, we shouldn't.
A restaurant chain called Boobies. That's funny.
Well, yes, that's a possibility.
I don't know.
Tazdaz is the one with all the money, though. He's got to convince him that it's worth financing. I'm broke.
Just use the dude's credit card.
Yeah, I've maxed it out.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, he's going to wake up tomorrow.
Is wing breading to show for it?
Yeah, I know. And he paid for that. That was the thing. I had about 10 other things that I was going to buy, but they said, I'm sorry, card declined.
Oh, no.
So the dude's credit has run out.
Oh, my goodness. He said, I was legit going to do a vid of that with Papa Tazdad's, opening that can and trying to get him to try some. I have a feeling he would have loved it. He would have loved it.
Put it this way, with Papa Tazdaz, he would have had the best chance of anyone in the room loving it.
Of enjoying that particular dish.
I'm telling you, I don't think he would have loved it. I really, really don't think so.
He might not have loved it, but it would have been a great video watching him taste it.
Well, he
would have made it extremely entertaining.
It would have been awesome. It would have been awesome. Yeah, it really would have been. There would have been so many more awesome videos, you know. It's just such a shame. We miss him, mate. We miss him every day.
Indeed.
But you know, if he's got, as I said to you, I think was it you? I was telling myself, Tazdaz, he's got a playlist with all his dad's videos in it. It's so good.
Yeah.
Just go and watch it, and you pick any of them.
I watched a couple of them last week. He was so looking forward to doing his lamb brains video.
Ew.
Yeah. My. Oh, is he joking?
No, I'm sure he's
serious.
People like.
Well, Papa Tazdaz was he worked in the abattoirs in the meat processing.
Oh, okay.
And he's from that generation. They love all that, you know. They love all the
sweetbread.
Yeah, all that sort of stuff. The liver, kidneys, all that sort of stuff.
Okay.
But I've had liver, I've had kidneys, I've eaten all that stuff, and it is nothing compared to that fish, mate.
Really?
That fish is a whole new level of pain.
Nope.
No joke. Very serious. Wow.
Yeah, that lamb's brain.
I've never
deal would
had
be great.
brains. Have you eaten brains?
Yes,
Never.
Don't like them.
No.
Finally
Yeah.
found where to find them. They are what he was brought up on. Okay.
I don't know.
Tell us where you found them. Where did you get them from? Because they don't have them. They're not easy to get. You sort of, most butchers don't sort of keep that sort of thing because people don't want to buy them. No, they have to go
Most
and
people,
order them. So.
yeah. It's not a real marketable product, is it?
Oh, of course, mate. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. At least you could taste something, right? Oh my. You know what? We tried to, my daughter tried to make a pizza with some anchovies the other day.
Ooh.
Oh, bring it
It
on.
was so bad.
I
No, it
actually
was
have a
bad.
I like anchovies in a weird way.
I love anchovies, but I think the mistake that I made was I got the little ones in the tin instead of the ones in olive oil. So on my grocery list, this week, I'm getting the ones that are in olive oil, and we're going to try that little recipe again because it was so salty you couldn't eat it.
I could.
How
but
many?
Instead of putting them on like
How many did she use?
the whole damn tin.
Oh,
No. That's like Vegemite. You just put.
yeah, you only need a little tiny bit.
And instead of just putting on pieces like that,
Mhm.
you put on entire fillets.
Just a little bit goes a long way.
Oh,
No
yeah.
wonder I couldn't eat it.
I could, but it was like, this is a bit salty.
Yeah.
It was inedible. It truly was.
It was bad, but I ate it because my daughter made it, and I didn't want her to feel bad. So I'm like, this is good, honey. Nom, nom.
I peeled the crust off and ate the crust. There's a butcher in Gelliston Bay. Is that how you say it? Gileston?
Charleston, yeah.
Gileston Bay.
Mutton
That does
birds.
them on request. They even have mutton birds. What is a mutton bird?
Yeah, what's a mutton bird?
What's a bird made out of mutton, Charlotte?
No, that can't be because mutton is sheep, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yes.
probably.
It's a sheep that flies.
It is not a sheep that flies.
No, it's not.
If you wouldn't have buffalo wings, you'd have sheep wings.
Making it up. They're just a type of bird. I've never eaten them. They're probably
Oh,
quite
okay.
good.
Ah. So it's just
Probably
a
tastes
bird
like
we're
chicken.
probably unfamiliar with.
Probably one of those little shitbirds that'll go around eating their poo and everything else.
They do
They
ready-made
do-
lamb's fry.
Get out of here. They do ready-made lamb's fry. That would be.
Well,
I've
what
never
is
heard.
that?
Can you imagine a butcher doing that? Well, you wouldn't see that up here.
Well, I don't know what that is.
Lamb's fry with this. Well, Papa Taz does. He's done a whole video on it where. Oh, it's lamb's fry is a classic. It's you cook the liver and you have it with bacon and gravy and onions and it's like a casserole.
Okay.
But you make it with liver and bacon, onions and fry it up and you have it with mashed potato or
And it's like a lamb liver?
Yeah.
Okay.
That my dad probably would have loved that.
Yeah, he
Dad
probably
would have
would.
liver onions.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, it's delicious. I love liver.
Nope, I'm not a liver kind of person unless it's like chicken livers wrapped in bacon, deep fried to mask all the flavor of the liver.
Taz, I don't see a link, honey.
We don't see it. We don't see the link.
Do you have to have
Nope.
it shipped in, Taz, or can you just get it from the butcher there on the island? Curious.
What are you talking about? The mutton bird?
Well, I didn't know if maybe he found a butcher there where he lives, or if it was in like Australia or somewhere else that was close where they would fly it and ship it into.
No. He means it's a local butcher. Where he
A
lives.
local. Okay.
Hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think most butcher shops are like that. We've got a butcher that's maybe about 20, 30 minutes from the house, but they've got their normal stuff that everybody asks for every day. But then they have a specialty list. If you ask, when you put your name on the list, they'll get it for you, but you better be there to buy it.
Mm.
I used to live in a place. The first house that I bought was up in a place called Ballarat, just sort of probably a couple of hours drive from here. And there was this local butcher I used to go to. Oh, this is old school butcher shop. Stuff like from 100 years ago, but beautiful to smell. Just old school, classic, fantastic products. And he used to make every so often he'd make black pudding, which is like a blood sausage.
Yeah.
But he would make it fresh. Like he would wait until he got a bunch of pigs in, and he would have the fresh pig's blood and make it on that day on the morning, and it would
On
sell
site.
out. It would sell out in like 2 hours. Just like
Oh, wow.
And I had some of it once, and it was unbelievable. It was life changing. It was so good.
Wow.
When you get stuff like that that's fresh, there's no comparison, because you can buy it here in the supermarkets, and it's it's all wrapped in plastic and stuff, and it's who knows how long it's been on the shelves.
Right. Well,
apparently mutton birds are a coastal bird, kind of like beach chicken.
Oh, okay.
Like
Charlotte, do
seagulls.
you know where we can buy split and deveined shrimp around here? Kat, I do not. And I wish I did.
Smells like death.
In order to get them split and deveined, I think you'd have to do it yourself, to be honest. And that's a long, arduous job.
Unless you have a good pair of small, sharp scissors.
Well, yeah, but
You can't go up there. You can't go up there.
what's that seafood place in Biloxi that sells all the crawfish, and where the kids get their oysters from?
Oh crap! It's right there in between the IP and the Beau Rivage. It's on that road.
There's a seafood market where Wesley said between the IP and the Beau, and if there is any place on the coast that would have something like that, I would think they might.
Quality.
You could always just call them and find out before you make the trip over there, because that's, you don't want to waste your gas. They don't have
Quality might be the one. If you're talking about the one that's got a kitchen there and they've got hot food ready, then I'm pretty sure that's the place I'm thinking. But you can get frozen, cold, fresh, whatever you want from there.
I mean, my kids usually just get their oysters and their crawfish from there. That's
Desperate. There's also
slang for cat in the household. A pusta. Okay.
Also look for Desport seafood. They might do it too.
Yeah.
This is my baby. You see how he's got his
Footy chat.
That literally makes my whole night. You just made my whole night.
Oh.
Oh. This boy will come hug me.
He looks sort of wide awake.
He's just got done chasing a plastic Easter egg, like literally all over the house.
All over the house.
Tired. He wore himself out.
Now I'm going to pair this shawl. Once it's a great big shawl, I'm going to get her a pretty shawl pin, and that way she can just clip it and cover herself up if the need arises. We don't know anything yet. She wasn't able to nurse her last baby, so who knows if she'll be able to do it this time around.
Oh God, it's the invasion of the cats. Cats everywhere now.
Oh, is that
Boots? Yep, this is Boots.
I need to get one. Where can I get one?
You should get a cat.
See, look.
I should.
You need company, or how about a fish
Or a ferret.
I'm gonna go and get something
Okay.
because I'm feeling lonely.
Okay. Oh, he's getting his monkey.
He's gonna bring back a lobster or something.
I know, right? A pet lobster. You know, that's funny because I can't stand to shop at Walmart. My nerves go crazy. My anxiety's really high when I get in there, and I can stay for about 15, 20 minutes, and then I've got to go outside. I'll tell Wesley, what's the key word?
I gotta go smoke.
No, give me the keys.
Oh.
That's what I always say. Give me the keys, because I have to go to the truck. I can't be in all that chaos. And one time he said to me, he says, you know, maybe you need
Oh, I knew that.
You support monkey?
That's what Wesley said. Don't let him eat your face off. He said, maybe you need an emotional support animal. I said, yes, I do. I need an emotional support badger
Honey badger.
to keep people away from me. That'll work.
Not a honey badger.
This is my therapy cat, my emotional support animal.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know where mine's at. Trader's probably sleeping in my son's room.
Nice.
See how he puts his head down like this? Oh, you heard me talk. He loves it. He's got scar tissue between his shoulder blades. When he got super sick last year, we had to give him the subcutaneous fluids.
Yeah.
Scar tissue, freaking feel it.
Oh, wow.
We had to jam him with those needles to get the subcutaneous fluids in him. But he loves it when you scratch right there.
I bet he does.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's even got a little bell on his neck.
Oh no, he's just the ultimate house kitty.
I never knew I liked cats till we got Mr. Pickles, and I didn't even like Mr. Pickles.
Well, Mr. Pickles was a butthole.
But when those babies came, Mr. Pickles ended up being a girl,
Pregnant girl.
a pregnant girl,
Oh no.
and she had 5 kittens, and Jules was the first one born. And when I saw him, I absolutely fell in love with him. And I've had him ever since. And Spetty, the other one that we had that passed away last year, I guess it was last year. Maybe it was the year before. I can't remember. But anyhow, they were brothers. And we kept both of those cats. And now we've got 4.
Well, one comes and goes as he pleases.
Yeah, we haven't seen Dave in a while.
Just a couple days. No, but Jules is sitting in Murphy's chair sleeping.
I figured as much. He's become a traitor. My cat is a traitor. He no longer prefers my company. He prefers my son's company. However, when I go to bed, he will come in there and crawl up on the bed, walk across my back, go down to my feet, and sleep the rest of the evening.
Oh.
So that's what he likes to do. And sometimes he'll sleep in the small of my back. If I'm laying on my stomach, he'll crawl up and go to sleep right on my back. Weird.
Man, I haven't slept on my stomach in years. I always sleep on my side. I'm a side sleeper.
I'm pretty much a side sleeper, but since my shoulder's been hurting lately, I prefer not to sleep on this side. I don't know why it's hurting. More than usual.
Falling apart.
I think so. I think I'm just getting old.
That's right.
Y'all, pushing 60 ain't no joke.
You're not drinking enough red wine.
Is that what it is?
It's good for your joints.
That's my
You could be
diagnosis.
All right. Cheers, guys. It's Friday here. Happy Saturday afternoon.
Happy Saturday. Cheers
Yeah.
back.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers. Marcel, you're on the red wine.
I know.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear.
I'm still just trying to rehydrate.
I've been trying to hydrate today, too.
Oh, that's overrated, being hydrated.
See, I agree.
Well, it is overrated because they say drink water, drink water, drink water. Well, the big damn mistake about drinking nothing but water, you're depleting yourself of all your electrolytes, all your potassium, all your salt. You got to throw something else in there or you're going to die.
You see? There you are.
I still have to drink some water. I have but I believe it about the electrolytes and all that. I actually read that in a few different articles.
No, I have to live that because I got really jacked up when I was 19, and then I stroked out when I was 20.
He had a heat stroke. He didn't have a stroke.
Not like a brain aneurysm stroke, but a heat stroke. Passed out, woke up in the hospital on the other side of the island, kind of heat stroke.
Yeah.
But yeah, that sucks. That sucked a lot.
Well, and once you have one heat stroke, it seems like you're susceptible to repeat episodes.
So the summer just sucks a lot.
I don't know how he does it.
Gotta
I know you gotta, but I
do it. Gotta get
There's
done.
absolutely nothing good about summer at all. It sucks.
Well,
It does.
I love having my kids. I love having the time with my kids.
And the thing about they saying the summer is a time to barbecue. Who thought it'd be the greatest damn idea on the planet to wait until it's the hottest time of the year, get a giant box made out of metal,
of fire,
and then fill it with fire and stand by it and sweat your guts out even more than you already are? The grilling season should start in like fall and end in late spring, early summer when it becomes 5,000 degrees outside.
I agree.
Well, the grilling season's good because it's not supposed to heat up the house.
Well, that's true. You cook outside in your house, yeah.
Well, that's what happens here every Christmas. It's 6 billion degrees, and you got to cook outside. That's why it's Christmas dinner here for most people's, like barbecues, seafood, all that sort of thing.
Right, salad.
The weird thing with my family is because they're Scottish people. Every year we do the traditional turkey and the thing, and it's the house heats up. And,
yeah, but I bet it smells delicious.
What you can do this year, though, is instead of cooking the bird in the house, smoke it outside.
Yeah, but I
go ahead.
Don't have an outdoor area.
My favorite is I love fried turkey. When it's done right, when you inject the spices into it and it gets to kind of brine and everything.
Oh yeah, that's good.
When I told you guys that Grumpus was on a live stream the other night, now it's kind of coming back to me a little bit. All these guys were going on, and they had a heated debate for a little while, several minutes, over whether or not dry brining is actually a thing. And a couple people were saying dry brining's not even actually a thing. Like that's just seasoning, blah, 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 blah. But it is a thing. Like it really is a thing.
I've done both, and the dry brining is just so much easier because there's less mess and it has the same result.
Well, it does, but you have to. I mean, in my experience, I usually do a liquid brine, and I do it even for like chicken breast. I have a very typical one that I do, and I posted it on YouTube. I have a video and a blog post about it. I seriously use it often. My Emery calls it my lemon chicken, but it's not lemon chicken. But then I've done the dry brines too, where you just sprinkle the seasoning on top, but you cover it and it has to sit for a little while. And those seasonings really get into the meat. But there were a couple of diehards on that live stream that were like, "There's no such thing as a dry brine." Blah 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 blah. But, I mean,
they probably haven't tried both, because if they had,
they would know the difference,
right?
They would know that there is no. Well, it's just that you get the same result, but to me, it's easier. It's less mess. Because I did a turkey one year for Christmas and did the whole submerged in the water with the brine and every 24 hours and all that, and it was great. But then I've done a dry brine one, and it was sort of the same. So
how long did you let the dry brine sit?
I don't remember. It wasn't 24 hours because if you use a lot of, you've got to be careful with the salt.
Yeah.
The amount of salt. I mean, the more it's just that you judge it. But I've done it with pork chops, with chicken, and it works great.
Yeah, but basically you just have to let it sit on the meat long enough for it to do its thing, and the natural moisture in the meat will do the same thing.
And then if you think you've left it too long, you can rinse the salt off, or just brush it off, or whatever, and then you just cook it. And
so a dry brine is just the seasonings mixed with salt spread all over the meat.
Yeah.
You could even call a dry brine just pre-seasoned, really, but it's more than just pre-seasoned in that it has to have time to sit on the meat for a period of time to work its way in.
To work its way down. Yeah, I got you.
When you buy the pre-packaged meats, that already have the rub on them or whatever at the store,
right?
They've been sitting on the shelf for 24 hours, 48 hours, however long. They
always have,
whether you like the flavoring or not, that flavoring is all the way to the bone.
Yeah. Okay.
It really is, and they've dry brined it.
Yeah.
I wanted to show you guys what I got last week. Look at this. It looks like an urn for a babe for ashes or something, but it's a marble salt cellar.
Wow.
Oh, I have mine. Y'all seen mine. I love mine.
I love this thing. I'm so happy that I bought it because it's super useful. I mean, I set it in the middle of the stove and just grab salt and throw it, in every pot. And I like the convenience of it. And it even came with a spoon. But what I've been doing is using the spoon I got from Buc-ee's, the one that had the tablespoon on one end and the teaspoon on the other.
Mm-hmm.
And I've just been using that to scoop it.
I stick my fingers.
I just had a funny thought that if you bought a few of them and so one of them had your loved one's ashes in it, and you got them mixed up and
oops.
Sorry, Granny.
Yeah,
you're now part of the stew.
Yeah, this is granny seasoned potatoes, literally.
Well, just like back in the day when they used to stick you when you died, especially in war, they'd stick you in a cask of wine and take you back home.
Ooh.
And there was Admiral Nelson was dry by the time he got home because the sailors didn't know he was in there, and they were taking wine out of that barrel.
Oh God!
Shut up!
There's a song. There's even a song about it. It's called "A Drop of Admiral Nelson's Blood," and it says, "Admiral Nelson's blood will never do you any harm." There's an entire Irish sea song made about that.
Oh, all right.
I'd have been perfectly sober forever after that. Like never.
Me too, permanently.
They're a bunch of sailors. They don't care.
But
Good.
with brining, it's this. I think that both methods end up achieving the same result.
Right.
To me, dry brining's a lot less messy.
We did a brine turkey one year, and it was almost like when we cooked it, it was almost like a soggy, waterlogged turkey.
We didn't do it right, apparently.
Apparently. But it wasn't that great.
Because what you got to do with it, that's the thing about when it's a wet brine, you've got to really get it out of the brine and dry it off properly before you cook it. Otherwise, it probably might be like that. But this is the same with the dry brine, because you get it out and it's quite moist. You have to, make sure the meat's dry and everything, and then you just roast it.
Right. Well, and that salt probably pulls a lot of the moisture out of it.
It does.
That's what I would think.
It does that, but then the flavour goes back into it. It just makes it. Because when I've tried, it means that it's sort of almost impossible to overcook it. It's still going to be juicy.
Okay.
I love brining.
I've been doing it for the last, I don't know, how many years, honey?
20? 10? 10?
Probably a good 10, 15 years. I haven't had a dry bird in 15 years.
No,
Poppy makes all of our turkeys. I'm not a turkey lady.
It's foolproof. You cannot overcook it.
No, I mean, I don't brine them. I don't do the water. I take them out of that. I thaw them. I pull them out of the package. I clean everything up real good. And I stuff the crap out of it with fruits and vegetables. I mean, I pack it full. And then rub it down with some butter, season it, throw tinfoil on it, throw it in a hole, cook it.
It's delicious.
Wesley, if you weren't married, I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Honestly, there's nothing you. Oh, honestly.
There's nothing he
Charlotte.
can't do.
Well, there might be some things, but we haven't heard of them yet. We haven't found them yet.
He can't.
No.
He can't point north.
Nope.
Where's north, honey?
North.
Where's the beach?
What do you mean you can't point north? It's that way.
You don't have any idea which way we're pointing?
I know. I had to look where the road is. The road's that way, so the beach is that way.
That's right. Where's north?
It's behind me.
Okay.
Well, now he knows that too.
Well, he knows that the beach is south. So I told him, I said, if you ever get lost, if you get to the beach, you can find your way home.
But see, if I was back home in Florida, I couldn't go north or south to get to the beach.
No, you would have to go.
If I went south, I'd end up in the damn Keys.
You'd have to go west. No, you'd end up in the Everglades.
Well, the Glades first.
If you were in Bradenton, you would have to go west to get to the beach.
Yeah, see? So I'd be screwed.
But that's not where you're at now. Never mind, Wesley.
The beach is not always south to you.
But it is to where you live now.
Now.
When we lived in Chesapeake, the beach was east of us.
See? Beach is always moving.
The beach doesn't always move. We do. Jeez. But, yeah, poor Poppy. He's pretty bad with directions.
Yep.
So there,
I'd still rate him higher than most people. I tell you what.
Oh, yeah.
Wesley, I think you're pretty good at it.
He's pretty good.
Stuck in the trenches, I'd want Wesley right there. He could build a fire. He could cook me a turkey. He could do a pedicure. Cut my hair.
He could fish.
Fish. He could fish. Catch some fish. Yeah, it'd be great.
Oh, he's going deep sea fishing this weekend.
Ooh, that's
on Sunday.
Was that the birthday?
Father's Day.
Father's Day. That's
Father's
right.
Day.
Yeah. Oh, well, happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
I knew. I told him.
Oh.
We kept a secret, didn't we?
It was a secret. I was doing it.
Yeah, we didn't tell anyone.
Nope. But it's going to be fun for him, I think. But he has to take his son-in-law.
That gets seasick.
Oh, well, that's his problem.
I'm going to make sure he has Dramamine to keep from being shark chum. It'll be hilarious. I hope he does.
By the way, I am scheduled to watch Oh Brother, Where Art Thou?
Oh, good.
Just so you know, I haven't forgotten.
Good. I hope you enjoy it as much as I do, because
it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting.
It's a really cool movie.
Yeah, it is. Maher.
We shall see.
Me and Poppy quote the movie as much as we do Tombstone.
Yeah.
There are so many great lines in that movie.
You think back for that movie, and what a wild role for George Clooney.
Oh yeah, completely out of his wheelhouse. But man, did he do it? You know,
he was so
killer.
He's been in a few others, and one of my other favourite Coen Brothers movies that he's in is called Burn After Reading. Have you seen that?
Who?
George Clooney. He's been in 2 or 3 Coen Brothers movies.
And what's the name of it?
Burn. I'll say it in American. Burn After Reading.
Burn after reading?
I've never heard of it.
Burn as in burning, burning.
Oh, burn after reading. Okay,
I've never heard of it.
I thought you said bird, like bird.
I know you did. But I didn't.
But you didn't. You said burn.
I said burn after reading.
Oh, I'll have to watch that. What's that other Clint Eastwood movie I'm supposed to watch? I forgot the name of it.
Well, that's my name. Bill Murray. That's the character in it. It's Unforgiven. Is the
Unforgiven. That's right. That's
Oh my
right.
God, that movie is so good too. You've never seen it?
No.
Not only is it one of my favorite Clint Eastwood movies, it's one of my favorite. Well, one of my favorite actors of all time is Gene Hackman.
I love Gene Hackman.
Gene Hackman is just, to me, the benchmark.
What do you think
And
about
he-
the classic American Western Tombstone?
The best.
Forget about it.
My
Forget
God.
about it.
I watched it like 1,000 times.
Me too.
Oh yeah.
Me too.
When
In
he slaps
fact, it's a
Billy-
yearly
yeah.
tradition here. I think I'm going to add it to the Christmas movie list.
Oh, it's got to be that and Die Hard. Die Hard is
Just the best damn movie ever.
We haven't watched Die Hard yet. I haven't watched that with the kids.
Oh,
I
Die
haven't
Hard's
seen it in years.
great. We watch that at Christmas time too.
But every
best
year we
Christmas
watch
movie.
the Harry Potter
Yeah.
series.
Yeah. Of course,
Yeah.
we also watch freaking Charlie Brown.
Oh, we
Yeah.
gotta watch the Charlie Browns too. I love Charlie Brown.
I'm not a fan.
Because you're a weirdo.
Apparently, I was just never that kid. Didn't like him.
You were that kid. You were the weirdo.
Oh, well, see, my parents always, we had the TV guide, and it was always a thing to watch the Charlie Brown movies.
Good night, Alex. Thank you for coming this evening.
Hey,
Night.
Alex, thank you for hanging out. Good to see you.
Bye, Alex.
They're dropping like flies, guys.
Well, it is 3:41.
Well, look, we're old folks and we can hang.
Where,
I
you mean
can't
old?
believe
I'm not
it's
old
gotten
yet.
so late so fast. It's really gone by very fast.
It has, hasn't it?
So I haven't
The
hit
best
50 yet.
Christmas movie, Taz says, was Once Were Warriors.
Whew. Yeah, you should see that movie.
I haven't seen that. Who's in that?
No one you would know.
Oh, is it an Australian movie?
We
no,
talked
it's
about
it's a New Zealand movie, Charlotte.
A New Zealand movie. No, it is not.
Because we're different countries, Charlotte.
we talked about this closer to Christmas time this year, but you need to see, if you haven't seen it, you need to see The Family Stone.
Mhm.
The Family Stone.
Oh my God, it's got Diane Keaton in it, and it is such a good frickin' movie.
Okay. It's not a tearjerker, is it?
It's a little bit, but not too bad. It's really funny, but it's
Okay.
definitely.
See, I didn't think that
and
the last
emotionally
movie that was recommended to me was going to be a tearjerker either, did I? No, I didn't.
Taz, he should come out.
Gran Torino was supposed to be about a damn car, not a tearjerker that made me ugly
my
cry.
God. I still laugh over the text he shared that you sent him. That was so funny.
It was great. Well, it was the I'm telling you, when I first started watching the movie and all the racial slurs and stuff, and I'm like, I'm really not sure I want to watch this. But I did, and I'm glad I did, because it just is a great, great movie.
Well, almost every movie he's in, there's potty mouth.
Well, I'm not talking about potty mouth. I'm just talking about it was pretty brutal there at the beginning, to me. But it ended up making it right, you know. Not yet, Patty Joe. Oh, what? You still haven't seen Snowtown. What is Snowtown?
Snowtown is a movie about. It was one of the worst serial killers in Australian history. And it was called the Bodies in the Barrel case, because this guy killed a bunch of people, and there was the name of the town is called Snowtown, and there was a disused abandoned bank building, and he used this building to warehouse all the corpses, and he submerged them in acid. And
Oh my!
there's been a movie made of it, an Australian movie made of it, and it is. a life-changing experience because it's brilliant. It's brilliantly done. Because I mean, you can imagine like making a movie about that sort of subject could be really done badly.
Yeah.
It's done really well, but it's horrific. It's horrific, but it's mesmerizing. It's just you'd see it once, you never see it again because it's too bad. It's too
graphic.
Too,
is it real graphic, or is it just
not really graphic? No, it's not. That's not the graphic. No, it's
one of those.
It messes with your head. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of like
See now, Taz, I tried watching Schindler's List, and I couldn't get through it.
It's a brilliant movie.
It is brilliant, but I couldn't do it.
Really?
Kind of like I felt the same way about that movie as I did Private Ryan. I couldn't get past the first scene in the movie, and I'm like, nope, can't do this.
Really? So that's not your sort of. You're not into those sort of movies.
Yeah.
No, she won't watch them with me.
I can't watch somebody else's pain and agony. That really affects me badly. So, Bodies in Acid in a Barrel. See, yeah, Jeffrey Dahmer. Yeah.
There's also another guy called the Iceman. He was a mafia, and he said one of his favorite things to do would be to off somebody that was on the list to be killed and stick them in a barrel and dump them by a gas station or a Jiffy Lube or something like that, and then eat at the restaurant across the street from it to see if either the cop showed up or did they just stick it on the truck with the rest of all the used oil drums and cart it away to the facility to be processed.
Did you see that? Have you seen the movie, Wesley?
No.
It's pretty good, but you would have watched the interviews on YouTube?
Yeah, I've seen the interviews.
Pretty interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh, he was a strange cat for sure.
Oh yeah.
And he did most of it just for money.
Yeah. Well, he's a
money was
psychopath.
good.
He's a psychopath.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, well, I'll tell you, one of those crazy movies that I watched that I really enjoyed. Of course, I'm a huge Anthony Hopkins fan, and it was Silence of the Lambs.
And you got through it?
Oh yeah, that was easier to get through for me.
Well, there's not a whole lot of gore.
Well, there's not. Yeah, and there's not a whole lot of and Hannibal. I watched Hannibal too. The one where the second one where he.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And that was good. That was good.
So you could see that.
Yeah, I could see that. But I don't know. It's just something about war movies that I don't know why it affects me like it does, but that agony really affects me.
War movies aren't for everyone.
Yeah.
It's I like sort of.
There's a couple. I like the old war movies, like the black and whites, and.
You might like. Have you ever seen Dances with Wolves?
Yes, that was good. That was good.
You would have liked that, yeah. It's a great movie. You wouldn't. I suppose you wouldn't call that a war movie.
Flying Love and X.
I didn't watch.
Grey Lady Down.
That's more a western.
I don't know. I like the one about the submarine. U-something.
U-571.
Yeah, U-571. That was a good one. Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Run Silent, Run Deep.
Yeah. I like old, like World War II movies. That kind of stuff.
Das Boat.
And I did see Pearl Harbor, which I thought was stupid.
Yeah. What about the Hunt for Red October?
Ha! Shit. I never saw the movie. I read the book. And let me tell you something. By the time the book was half over, I was so sick of chasing that damn submarine, I almost quit reading it. Because in the book, it's like so different. Oh, Taz, thank you for being so generous with us. Thank you. Watch Schindler's List. It's very hard to watch, but it's also inspiring at the same time. So much good made out of the worst possible. Yeah.
You should persist. You should persist with it, Charlotte, because it's really not. I can't imagine it being made any better because for such a terrible subject matter,
Yeah,
it handled it really well. It didn't
really.
go
It
overboard.
wasn't gratuitous.
No way.
No.
But it's still a very heavy. Because when I lived in America, I went to when I was in America, I went to the Holocaust Museum in Washington, and I think I'd just seen the movie, and I went there, and gee, that was emotional.
Oh wow, I bet it was.
That was emotional. I'm assuming it's still there.
Thank you, Taz. I do have to watch it now. We'll have to rent that movie.
Yeah, well, you've got the money to rent it now.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you. I'll tell you a movie that I watched when I was probably in my young 20s that has stuck with me all these years, and I won't ever watch it again, but it was a fabulous movie called Sophie's Choice.
Don't think I.
It had Meryl Streep.
Yeah.
And that was I will never forget that scene for as long as I live, where that woman had to choose which child to give to the Nazis. I can't even. Well, here's the problem. You know, when a parent says, I can't imagine going through that, that's a lie. Because every parent can imagine going through that.
Horrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you would enjoy, in that sense. You'd be surprised, I think, if you gave it a chance with Schindler's List. I think you'd really appreciate it, because it's a story. So if you're thinking about how to tell a World War II story, it's a brilliant subject. What he did, Oscar Schindler, and all that. It's a great way of telling the story, because it's uplifting.
Isn't he the one that saved?
Yes, he saved thousands of people.
Hundreds of Jews, thousands.
It's a good news. It's in many ways it's a good news story out of all that horrendous mayhem.
Exactly.
It's something good, which gives you. And so at the end,
a little bit of hope.
You feel good at the end of the movie. You don't feel bad.
Okay.
Because it's historic. I mean, it happened anyway, so
sure.
They're not making it up. But the way it was done, Spielberg, to me, that was his
pinnacle.
Absolute. Just because there's no one else that could have done it like that. Because
right. Taz Dad said it's better than the news you'll read these days. Oh God, isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
You know, the news right now, and even YouTube, is just so full of gloom and doom and despair and
crap.
The sky is falling. And I'm like, come on, people, buck up. Get a backbone. Do what you got to do to get through this. Things will change. They always do.
Wait 5 minutes. Something will change.
I mean,
that's why everyone should be watching this right now, Charlotte. We're not. We're all upbeat. We're all happy campers.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, our food prices high? Damn right they are. I hate it. I hate going to the grocery store. Do I love giving him $100 to fill up the tank of gas? No, I hate it. But it is what it is, and what are you going to do about it? You're going to pay it, and you're going to move on with your life. And as soon as that stock market, hey, let me tell you something. I got a bunch of envelopes full of money, remember? I'm on a budget. As soon as that stock market hits the bottom, Granny's going to start buying. Because from that point, it'll do nothing but go up. Call it a gamble. I don't care. Yeah, you're right, Taz. Gloom and doom sells and happy stories don't. And people are capitalizing. And I'm get your coin, capitalize on it all you can, but get your coin. But I'll tell you this, all these people are telling people, buy beans and rice. Well, who the hell's going to live on beans and rice all day, every day? I don't know too many people who are willing to do that, unless they're destitute.
Well, all they have to do is watch Gulf Coast Granny to get lots of ideas about how to cook cheap meals and save a fortune buying in bulk. And
Yeah.
see,
I don't know why people don't know how to do that already, but just saying. Well, I'll tell you this.
Plenty of people don't know.
A lot of my knowledge was born from necessity.
Well, it usually is.
And if I can share a little bit of that and help somebody else save a buck, then I'll put it up there, Because, we had a situation after the hurricane with my neighbor. She had just left her abusive husband, and she moved into the house next door because it belonged to her mother, and it had been left to her, so it was her house. The hurricane came and ripped the whole electric box off the side of her house.
Mm-hmm.
She had no way to cook. She had no food, nothing. She had nothing. He wouldn't give her any money, and she was pretty much destitute. And I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. I'm really not. But I told Wesley, I said, let's go to Walmart. This woman needs some kind of food. She's going to starve to death. So we brought her a bunch of groceries that she didn't have to cook, and we took it over and left it on her front doorstep. And the other day, and she found out it was us that left it. But the other day, we were talking across the fence in the backyard, and she brought that up. And she got tears in her eyes, and she said, anytime you need anything, if I can help you, I will. She said, you helped me. You don't even know how much you helped me. And I said, you know what? I said, you don't owe me a thing. I said, the reason I helped you is because I've been there before. And I know what that's about. And I don't want to see other people be there. And if I can help somebody not be there, that's what I want to do, even if it's just for a week, But I told her, I said, you don't owe me, because she was talking like she needed to pay me back. That was the gist of the and I'm like, no, you don't owe me anything.
If anything, tell her to pay it forward.
Well, I told her, I said, find somebody else who needs food and feed them if that's what you want to do, because I got plenty. But I told her, I said, maybe one day I'll need you to watch my cats or something, or feed the chickens when I'm gone or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll take advantage of that. Maybe I won't. Probably not. Because Poppy don't want strange folks in his house.
I'm weird that way.
He doesn't want neighbors coming in his house.
No.
Plundering through his shed.
No, I wouldn't. No way.
So what we'll probably end up doing when we leave is just give Violet the car and have her come back and forth from her sister's, because she's going to stay with her sister while we're gone, because she has band camp. And so she can just come over here and do all the chores, animal chores.
Well, the big sister needs to come with her.
Did your kids go on a sleepover tonight?
Did mine?
Mm-hmm.
No. Well, Violet left to go with her sister. She is house sitting for her sister. Okay. They are going over to Pensacola. My daughter's birthday what's today?
Friday.
5th.
4th.
Rachel's birthday's Monday. And so they're going over to her dad's house in Pensacola. And so Rachel came and got Violet tonight so she could house sit for her this weekend.
No.
Oh, okay.
What do you mean, no?
Person over there in Pensacola is still sick.
They're not going?
Nope.
Oh my God.
What happened?
I didn't know that. Rachel didn't tell me that.
She's still sick.
Well, apparently last weekend, Rachel was supposed to go over there for Father's Day, but they called her and said, hey, so-and-so's kids are sick and we're not going to have the shindig.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it was Monday or Tuesday she called me and said, yeah, no wonder they didn't want us over there. They all got the COVID. So which one is still sick now? So apparently now Rachel's stepmother is sick, and now they're not going for Rachel's birthday either. So why is Violet over there? Just to hang out with Ann?
Yeah.
My daughter's best friend since high school, maybe middle school. She comes to visit every year around Rachel's birthday.
Yeah.
And Violet just worships the ground and walks on. So I guess now that they're not going to go on their trip, Violet will just hang out there and be able to hang out with Ann too.
Gonna hang out with her all night tonight. Oh, tomorrow.
All day tomorrow? Is she coming home Sunday or Saturday?
It's Saturday night
Saturday night, okay.
because she still has the game tomorrow night.
What game?
At
Oh, what's his name's house? Yeah, okay.
So they'll have the game tomorrow night.
I don't understand why. See, my computer's doing it again. What is
All
that
right, guys.
sound?
I'm gonna wait for Patrick to come back, I guess, so I can say goodbye, but then I gotta go.
Yeah, I'm going to go too here in a
I still
minute.
have to edit that video and everything in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wake up at 5 o'clock, so it's about an hour before I normally wake up. So I've been up for 23 hours.
I'm back.
Patrick,
See ya. Bye.
we're out of here, dude.
Aw.
Yeah, I'm tired. I've been up for 23 hours. I gotta go to sleep.
Hey, well, this was fun.
It was, wasn't it? Thank you, Taz, for hanging out with us tonight. And everybody else who's out there, there must be 3 of them. Oh, well, you're one.
Dropping like
Taz is
flies.
number 2.
Yeah.
We'll do it all again soon.
Yes, we will. Take care, you guys. I'll see you soon,
Have a
okay?
good weekend.
Have a good
Bye-bye.
evening, guys. Love y'all.
Bye.
Love you too, honey.